Uh, Good morning, everybody in this hall, in this beautiful hall of Albanian Academy of Sciences, and also everybody who is following us over internet. It is exceptional privilege and honor to welcome delegates of this meeting, President of the Academy of Sciences of Albania, different representatives of the Republic of Albania and its universities, presidents and delegates of members of the International Science Council to its 8th formal annual meeting. The International Science Council, ISC in abbreviation, is a global and apparently the most influential science organization in the world. It brings together not only National Academies of Sciences, focusing either on natural sciences or on social sciences and the humanities, but also many other strong players in the research and innovation landscape. These are, for example, research funding organizations, research councils, different scientific umbrella organizations such as international scientific unions, also organizations of young scientists and observer organizations. The main aim of the International Science Council is to express and amplify the voice of scientists, and not only because it is voice of scientists, but in matters concerning global public well-being. And supported by its members and numerous international partner organizations, the International Science Council takes part in shaping international research policy and, of course, promotes the provision of science advice and knowledge-based policymaking. But much of its strength lies in bringing together very different voices representing science. As a worldwide organization, it's natural that ICS has several regional focal points. They are very active in Asia and the Pacific, and also in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also in Europe, which is us here. And similar focal points are now in progress in Africa and Middle East. The foci of European members, they naturally change over time. One intrinsic and I would say endless task for European members is to represent the interests of European research institutions and scientists in the global ISC organization. It is not only to draw attention to the viewpoints and needs of European scientists, much more importantly, our mission is to transfer excellent solutions that have worked in Europe to other regions. And also a thing which is not much talked in public, to warn other regions about traps and failures in our way. The second umbrella topic for the European members has been, and currently is, the promotion of science advice and much wanted knowledge-based policymaking in Europe. And the goal is to make one step further from simply providing advice, what we do anyway, a step towards developing and shaping the structures that are necessary to properly generate and channel the advice. The third priority area has been development of science diplomacy and international research cooperation. We do that mainly by suggesting new solutions and methods rather than distributing funds for cooperation. And on top of that, we explore hot topics of general interest and with potentially large impact in our opinion pieces and to a large extent in discussions at the annual meeting. Last year in Stockholm, we tackled three main topics: artificial intelligence, science advice in Europe, and the initiative Reclaiming Europe, driven by young academies. And several European members of ICS were the first signatories of the relevant statement, and a selection of ideas about reclaiming Europe was framed as a collection of essays that was published just a few weeks ago, was distributed together with a document pack of this meeting, is also available at the reception desk today. Thank you very much, people in Albanian Academy of Sciences who have organized it so. This year, the topics in focus are, first, the history of science in Europe and scientific freedom, then the roles of disciplines in healthy European research base, and last but not least, science as public good. And perhaps even more importantly, and also traditionally, a large portion of time is dedicated to challenges for science in the region where the meeting is being organized. And this is not a random idea, it is an agreed feature of the work of European members. And the point is that the floor is often given to less traveled regions, and this is our contribution towards strengthening connections and reducing contrasts on our continent. Having said that, it is my pleasure to declare this meeting officially open and to hand over the floor to Academician Neki Frashëri, who will introduce colleagues from Albania.
Welcome to all colleagues and participants. I am head of section for natural and technical sciences in Academy of Science. And I have now the difficult task to put a number of speakers in 10 minutes of time. First, I invite the President of Academy of Sciences of Albania, Professor Suomere. As Scientific Secretary of Academy of Science, academic
Thank you, Professor Frashëri. Honorable Mr. President of Academy of Sciences, Academic Gjinushi, Honorable Presidents of Sister Academies, Honorable Participants, Representative of Sister Academies in Europe, Rectors, Vice-Rectors, Member of our Assembly, dear delegates, dear guests and friends. It is a great honor and pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Presidency and our President of Academy of Sciences of Albania to our institution, and to wish you, dear guests, who have traveled long distances, a pleasant stay in Tirana. We have warmly embraced the organization of this important meeting in Albania for the first time, gathering representatives of European academies and other research institutions under the framework of the European Group of International Science Council. Rarely has this hall hosted such a distinguished audience, representative of more than 15 academies, since the regional and broader summit of academies held 3 years ago within the framework of the Berlin process. The significance of this working meeting lies in the chosen theme, the scientific temperament, and in the topics that it will address, such as the role of science in the development of small economies and the safeguarding of scientific freedom. The so-called scientific temperament has always been one of the greatest challenges of science and one that every scientist must face. Throughout history, science has met this challenge with courage and competence, daring to question even the more established theories and minds, from gravitational attraction, Euclidean geometry, and the fundamental laws of classic physics, to today's debates around artificial intelligence. Yet, in our time, the increasing politicization of even natural phenomena, such as climate change or pandemics, combined with the opportunities and the abuses enabled by digital technologies and social media, which exploit ignorance or bad faith in public discourse, demands from science and scientists even stronger mutual support, balance, and personal integrity. For us, this meeting represents a valuable opportunity to exchange experiences and to strengthen cooperation between the Academy of Sciences of Albania and its sister academies, helping to bring the Albanian scientific community closer to the European one with the broader process of internationalization and globalization. This meeting takes place at a particularly meaningful moment for the development of scientific research in Albania and for the role that our academy seeks to play in that development. Within the context of European Union accession negotiation and the gradual achievement of European standards, Albania adopted on 2024 a smart development strategy in which research and innovation occupy a special place. A strategy to whose preparation the Academy of Science was among the key contributors. The strategy aims to increase direct funding for research to over 1% of GDP, a major step forward for us, and to establish several elite research centers, mainly in nanotechnology and biotechnology, initiatives promoted by the Academy itself. Their realization would further strengthen the Academy's statutory role in promoting, stimulating, and supporting scientific research while ensuring that research in Albania contributes to our core mission areas. First, supporting higher education institutions in continuously improving the scientific level of academic staff as the main mechanism for aligning diplomas, education, and the training of high-level specialists with those of peer institutions. And secondly, fostering and sustaining business engagement in the adoption of new technologies. Our mission also includes cultivating interest in science among the younger generation, encouraging them not to choose only the easier path to study, but to remain committed to the fundamental science and to help prevention of the brain drain. It's just the opposite. Without turning this welcoming address into a discussion of many challenges that science and the research face in our country, topics that will be addressed throughout this meeting, I once again warmly welcome you and express our appreciation for the important role and work of ISC, as well as the Academy's commitment to the contributing actively as one of its members. I congratulate the organizer for preparing this meeting and thank you for choosing Tirana for this important meeting. Have a successful meeting.
Thank you. I would invite Dr. Robert Dumi, who is Director of International Programs at the National Agency for Research, the main funding body for research in Albania. Please, only 3 minutes.
Very much. Here.
of Albania, dear academicians, distinguished representatives, esteemed guests. It is a profound honor for me to address you today on behalf of the National Agency for Scientific Research and Innovation of Albania. We are delighted to join this historic gathering, the first ever meeting of European members of International Science Council to be held in Albania. Allow me to begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to the Academy of Science of Albania and the European International Science Council for making this important event in a reality, bringing together so many prominent voices from across Europe under a roof marks on milestones of our scientific community and for Albanians' growing engagement in the international research landscape. The chosen theme, scientific temperament, could not be more timely. It reminds us that science thrives on openness, on courage to challenge established ideas, on the humility to evolve when confronted with new evidence. This mindset is the foundation of the progress, especially at a moment where digital technologies, environmental change, and social polarization are reshaping our world at unprecedented pace. For Albania, the commitment to such values goes hand in hand with our national vision to strengthen scientific excellence, international collaboration, and innovation capacity. Through the work of NASRI, National Agency for Scientific Research and Innovation, we continue to expand opportunities for our researchers by integrating them into European research area in European programs such as Horizon Europe's Coast Eureka Actions, and other collaborative networks that embody the very principles promoted by International Science Council. We are aware that challenges for smaller nations are distinct: limited resources, fragmented infrastructure, and the constant struggle to transform knowledge into economic and social value. Yet, this very reality makes the discussions we are having today on science and the public good and as a driver for the economy of small countries so essential. Albania's scientific potential is growing, and our researchers are increasingly contributing to international projects, publications, and innovation ecosystems. Events like this strengthen our resolve to make science a cornerstone of national development, a bridge between knowledge and policy, between researchers and innovation, and ultimately between Albania and the wider European science community. On behalf of NASRI, I wish to reaffirm our full support for the mission of the International Science Council and our commitment to promoting open, ethical, and impactful science that serves society, protects the environment, and builds trust across borders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I invite Professor Ilir, who is Deputy Rector of Agriculture University of Tirana, the oldest one in our country.
Good morning, distinguished presidents and members of Academies of Science, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a distinct honor to address this esteemed assembly devoted to strengthening scientific excellence and cooperation across the regions. Allow me to share a few reflections on the current challenges of agricultural research in Albania and on the strategic importance of collaboration between the Academy of Science of Albania and Agricultural University of Tirana within the broader framework of regional and European cooperation. Agricultural research in Albania faces a number of well-known structural challenges. Despite solid academic foundations, research funding remains limited, still below 0.2% of GDP, which restrict long-term innovation and infrastructure renewal. Institutional fragmentation continues to impede effective coordination between research centers, universities, and advisory services, while the aging of labs and insufficient access to digital and biotechnological tools slow down modernization. At the same time, the migration of talented young researchers represents a significant loss of human potential. In this environment, the role of Academy of Science of Albania becomes pivotal. As the principal body guiding national scientific policy, the Academy serves as a platform for interdisciplinary dialogue, evidence-based policy making, and international cooperation. Through its convening power, the Academy can ensure that scientific priorities in agriculture are aligned with national development goals and with the European research area. Equally vital is the contribution of Agriculture University of Tirana, Albania's leading institution in agriculture, education, research, and innovation. The university acts as a bridge between fundamental science and applied practice. It develops and implements projects under Horizon Europe, Erasmus+, and co-sections. It trains the next generation of agriculture scientists, and it provides the analytical foundation for modern research, agri-food policy, and rural development. Following the approach of research-driven education, Agriculture University of Tirana, together with Boca University in Vienna, Austria, is reforming the education and scientific research. We are halfway of our new and modern road of building excellence in educational research and to reposition AUT as one of the leading higher education institutions in the region dealing with agriculture sciences. The collaboration of the Agriculture University of Tirana with the Academy of Science in Albania offers a unique opportunity to integrate academic research, innovation, and public policy into a coherent national system. Our joint efforts should aim to achieve, in my view, three key objectives: strategic integration, aligning Albanian agriculture research agenda with regional and European priorities in sustainable food system, climate adaptation, and green transition; capacity building, meaning by establishing joint doctoral programs, regional research networks, and mobility schemes to empower young scientists; and applied innovation and policy impact. By linking the Academy's expertise with the University of Agriculture of Tirana and the national innovation agencies, we can transform research output into policies, pilot projects, and rural innovations. Collaboration in Horizon Europe, co-section, and regional platforms such as the Balkan Research Area can amplify our collective voice in European research policy. Again, by linking research outputs with real-world challenges, from digital farming to rural entrepreneurship, thereby ensuring measurable social and economic impact. In essence, the collaboration is not only about scientific exchange, it is about creating a knowledge ecosystem that connects farmers, researchers, policymakers, and industries, ensuring that research truly serves societies. Distinguished colleagues, agriculture remains a cornerstone of Albanian economy and identity. Strengthening its scientific foundation is not only a national necessity, it is a regional responsibility. Through closer cooperation among our academies of science and universities, we can build a shared research space rooted in knowledge, trust, and innovation. Let us work together to ensure that the science we advance today becomes the prosperity and sustainability of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to invite Professor Anila Paparisto, Deputy Rector of the University of Tirana. She may say a few words.
Honorable President of Academy of Science, distinguished colleagues, guests, participants. In Silicon Valley, they say that if you are not failing, you are not innovating. In Balkans, we offer here that don't mess with the formula. The University of Tirana has chosen the first path. And for this reason, it's for me a privilege and honor to speak before you today in the name of Tirana University and also in the name of our rector, Professor Doctorate about the role, contribution of our university in the field of scientific research, internationalization, and the courage to embrace change. The University of Tirana today is an institution of around 2,000 students and over 1,000 academic staff. 82% of our academic staff hold the title and degrees. In this strong academic and organizational environment, forms the foundation for a broad platform of academic collaboration and exchange. We are part of 12 international networks, and we offer 185 study programs, 31 of which are offered in foreign languages, including here
a master in cybersecurity in a double degree with La Sapienza University in Rome, a Master of Science in Automatic Translation and Machine Learning with Sorbonne Paris North University, and a bachelor program in Natural Environment Sciences in University of Tuscia in Viterbo, Italy. We have over 200 bilateral agreements and enhanced academic exchange and research and collaboration, and 328 active Erasmus Plus agreements, which in the era of mobility alone have supported over 1,400 students and staff in exchange in international collaboration in just 5 past years. In the field of scientific research and innovation, University of Tirana has achieved significant progress. In the past 5 years, we have been applying in around 700 projects with the rate of success over 40%. Only in 2025 alone, we are implementing 152 projects invested or supplied by international funds, and 108, and we applied in this year, only in the first part of the year, in 108 projects in major calls like Jean Monnet, Erasmus+, Horizon, Interact, Europe8, UNICEF, Justice Program. Currently, we are implementing 37 international projects funded with the Fund of International Funds in the field of technology and digitalization. The funds secure over these years from national and international donation and sources for Tirana University amount in the 2.5 million euros, marking a remarkable increase compared with 2020, when the competitive fund reached only 56,000 euros. Today, that figure stands in nearly €500,000 for a single year. And this is not merely a statistic, this is a clear indication of a profound transformation of our university. In particular, the University of Tirana is active participant in important Horizon Europe and Horizon 2020 projects, having secured from those programs over 1.3 million euros for research initiatives and strengthening work in the field of nanotechnology, gender equality, sustainable entrepreneurship, and public science and communication. Tirana University, at the same time, is part of a major achievement. In the University of Tirana is participating in Uninovis, Data for Science for Life, European University Alliance. This strategic initiative brings together 7 public universities from 7 different countries: France, Germany, Italy, Finland, Lithuania, Spain, and Albania. This alliance promotes lifelong learning, transition toward the digital and green society, and interdisciplinary innovation, aiming to establish a joint university by 2030 in Europe, which will focus on the data management and utilization in medicine, biotechnology, and economics. This collaboration strengthens students and staff mobility and depends due to internationalization tie in both research and education. Additionally, the University of Tirana is proud to hold the HR Excellency Research logo, to be implementing its gender equality plan, and to have received the Erasmus Plus Charter in Higher Education, reflecting our commitment to the highest standards in research, education, and inclusion. In a rapid changing world, where knowledge and technology are the engine of the development, the University of Tirana stands ready to embrace challenges of tomorrow. We are not merely participating in the global transformation, we are active creators of new pathways, connecting knowledge with innovation and international collaboration. With strong academic capacity, advanced internationalization partnerships, and successful research projects, we continue to contribute to building a future where our university aims to be a key reference point on the Balkan and European knowledge map. And as we move forward with this clear vision and determination steps, we are proud that our university is now a member of CMC International Experiment of CERN, one of the largest and the most prestigious projects in modern science. This highlights not only our research potential, but also our ambitions to be where the future of science is being shaped. And let us continue building together a future based on knowledge, collaboration, and innovation. Thank you very much, and I wish to this conference all the success.
Well, thank you. And now I invite Professor Suela Kellici, Deputy Rector of University of Medicine in Tirana.
Thank you. I will try to be short. Esteemed head of the Albanian Academy of Science, esteemed representatives of the International Science Council, distinguished colleagues, it's a great pleasure for me to be here as a representative of University of Medicine Tirana, which is the only public university offering higher education in the medical field. We are composed of 3 faculties: Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Medical Technical Sciences, and Faculty of Dentistry. We offer education in all 3 cycles of studies. We have bachelor programs, Master of Sciences, 37 schools of specialization, several PhD schools, and also we are part of different networks, collaborative networks. We have been part of different projects, Horizon Europe, we are part of Erasmus Plus, and different European Mediterranean networks. Since our foundation, we have been committed to work toward internationalization, and the presence here today is also showing this support to becoming as more international as possible. We believe this is a great opportunity for all participants to update on recent advances, on recent development in different fields of science. And in fact, science doesn't know borders. It goes beyond politics. It goes beyond small interest. So I believe that this meeting could represent a starting point for future collaborations. And we are here to become part of them with pleasure. I wish you a successful working day and a pleasant stay in Tirana as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Luli, who is director of Doctorate School in Mediterranean University in Tirana.
Okay, thank you. Distinguished guests, distinguished academicians, professors, I'm going to be short in my speech. I will offer you a few informations for you to create an idea which are the opportunities of private universities here in Albania in the sphere of scientific research. Scientific research constitutes the fundamental axis of the mission of the Mediterranean University of Albania, which I represent here today, contributing not only to the production of new knowledge, but also to socioeconomic, political, and cultural development. The university provides supports nowadays in applications in European programs such as Horizon Europe, Erasmus Plus, COST, Marie Curie, etc., to increase competitive capacity and international collaborations. In the last 2 years, the university has done a good job in the dissemination and transfer of scientific work, both internally and externally. The premise for this has been the Euro-Mediterranean Journal and the 2 new journals that started to be published in the last 2 years, Eco Infosystem and Politea. The Mediterranean University of Albania has established a new network of partners with whom it cooperates in increasing the quality of internationalization by signing the International Credit Mobility Erasmus Plus agreement. Currently, there are about 40 foreign universities that are signing agreements with our university in the main purpose of exchanging academic experience between academic staff and students. Our university and University of Tuscia in Italy, starting from 2022, jointly launched the master degree Marketing and Quality, at the end of which a double diploma is obtained. Our university is also active in the Erasmus Plus K2 component founded by the European Commission in the so-called USIA project, University Society Interfaces in Albania, co-production of knowledge and research that matters. In this context, the European Commission entrusted our university to lead a large consortium of Albanian and foreign universities by offering to the Mediterranean University of Albania a grant of around 860,000 euros for the implementation of the project. And of course, this is a clear indicator of the trust and the quality of the research, scientific research at our university. Much still remains to be done, especially in a country like Albania, where there is a lack of financing the scientific activities of the universities. But in this context, the commitment of public and private universities to increasing investment in supporting scientific research should be appreciated. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful working day.
Thank you. And to close this part of the session, I invite the head of your academy in Albania, Dr. Belfero.
Thank you, Professor, most distinguished academics, Mr. President. I would like to be very brief. It's my honor to present the Albanian Young Academy, a body which works as a commission within the Academy of Sciences of Albania since 2017. We are a small body of young academics, but I think what we represent is much more important because we represent that the Academy of Sciences of Albania is open to young individuals, to young researchers, and it's also very inclusive and open to all kinds of collaborations and promotion platforms for young researchers. The Academy of Sciences recognized the generational gap between young academics and senior academics. So to address this, in 2017, we were founded, but also as founding members, we were integral part of the decision-making. So we were not just invited, but we were very included in the whole process. And this inclusion, to me, is to all of us, was really important. The Albanian Young Academy integrates within the Academy of Sciences of Albania as a commission, but we also feel and we are very independent in our decisions and supported by the Senior Academy. In November 2023, the founding charter of Albanian Young Academy was officially approved as a statutory document of the Academy of Sciences of Albania with the endorsement of the ALEA, All European Academies, and the Global Young Academy. There is a picture there at our inaugural first big conference with the Minister of Education at that time, meaning how important it was for all parts. The current composition of the Albanian Young Academy is such that represents many fields of expertise, and we are dominated by female researchers. And this composition, so we are the members, is also geographically mapped from many different universities from all around the country, so not only from Tirana exclusively, meaning this mapping is important. And at the same time, what is more important is not just our own memberships. It's the network that we tried to build within the national community of young researchers. But for example, one of the most important things that we did was touring in different public and non-public universities, trying to meet and create a wide network of young academics and also learning their challenges, their difficulties, and trying to deal with it in a more concrete way. So this is our way of building a platform. Also, I cannot skip by our alumni, the founding members of the 2017, because we now have two cohorts of young academics. They are our alumni, they are mentors, collaborators, and our inspiration too. Besides the national level, we hope and believe, and we strongly work to internationalize the Young Academy and to be an integral part of everything that is happening in science in terms of young academics and young researchers all over the world, meaning we are an active member of the Global Young Academy and of the ENIA, of the European Young Academy. We participate in the annual meetings of the European Young Academy, and we try to position Albania and young Albanian researchers in a more global context and try to do our best to integrate ourselves in the global debate. I come myself from the literature and linguistics fields, and in our field, we always see that there is a need for internationalization of our studies. And I'm very happy that, for example, this recently appointed Minister of Education set as her top priority the internationalization of the Albanian scholars and universities. For example, I'm finishing. One of our two steps, concrete steps that we're taking is becoming part of IASAS, which is an institution that strengthens the policy processes and science advice. And we recently signed the Stockholm Charter for Academic Freedom. Here is our participation at the joint meeting between ENIA and ALEA in 2024 in Berlin, in 2025 in the annual meeting in Bern, in Switzerland. And to finally finish my presentation, I would like to speak about some of the activities that we have held here at the Academy of Sciences. We have held many workshops and conferences. I am only mentioning one of them, which is the 2024 conference on artificial intelligence and the transformation of scientific research, which was really a challenging endeavor for us because it was the first international and interdisciplinary conference that we organized as a young body. And the conference brought together 53 researchers from 21 national and international institutions and many countries. So this cross-disciplinary exchange was very valuable to us, especially in this field that is really recently developing very fast. To address, for example, issues of dissemination and improving the situation of young researchers and how to make their works visible, we made a series of workshops. These are some of our workshops on how to understand how, for example, international softwares and hubs work, like ORCID, but also national, because we have our own national networks such as COBIS and ECRIS. So we hope that our contribution will help to continue this collaboration, this very close collaboration between the senior academics and young academics, and also create a hub not just for ourselves, but for the younger generations. And in our let's say, objectives and main aims, we aim to make not only science and the scientific product more visible, more relevant to the society, but also be part of the policy making and understand that we are very, very much part of everything that happens in terms of scientific policies and scientific diplomacy. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I invite academic Tarmo to continue with the working session.
Thanks a lot to all presenters, and thank you very much, Professor Frashëri, for making this mission impossible, keeping in time frame of academic people whose standard unit is not 3 minutes, but 45 minutes. Thank you very much for that. I think we have heard a very nice firework of aspirations, achievements, developments, collaborations, ideas, etc. So the delegates are now much closer to Albania than before. It is my pleasure now to chair the session of a few more in-depth presentations on content. The first presentation will be given by academician Ilirian Malolari. Probably you all know him. He is associated member of Albanian Academy of Sciences since 2009 and a regular member of the assembly of this academy since 2020. His background is in industrial chemistry, and basically he has a lifelong career in chemical processes engineering, but he has taken the task to introduce much more widely Albanian science to us. You're welcome.
Thank you so much for my introducing chair of ICS Europe group. Dear President of Academy of Science of Albania, dear guest, dear representative, dear participants, I'm really very happy to thank the organizer of this great meeting with such a wide group of interested people. And in our everyday life, we have a lot of things to do, a lot of things to mention, to open discussion for the most interesting issues. From the title, it seems that it is a question how to change, how to drive our moving toward the prosperity of the country through increasing our contribution to scientific research and to innovation. What are the challenges for science in our small country and in the region? So doing so visible seems to be a little bit, sorry, I have to be focused on one presentation somewhere. And since the science is our most powerful public good, this is the main issue of our presentation and our problematic things. In the small countries like Albania seems to be very potential this, and it is really untapped yet. It is written over there that we must rethink the entire ecosystem from infrastructure to innovation. And to the utmost intention of us, it remain some of the issues that I have to mention it a little bit fast due to timekeeping. And in the first row of our problematic things, it is fragmented research infrastructure. And most of Albanians are present here from representative institutions and other scientific organizations. Seems to be really very problematic between since a lot of institution has been moved out from in the past. In 2008, 2009, a lot of institution has been moved from the Academy of Sciences into the universities. So it has been weakened the connection between them, and so it is decreased. Nowadays, due to restructuring of the Academy of Science, it has been win again the powerful things, the powerful road to revive the communications and to increase the visibility of scientific research and innovation into the country. And another problematic, it is brain drain and talent retention. Since 1990 to 2000, over 40% of the Albanian top scientists and professions have been emigrated outside, which is the let's say, the most problematic for a lot of different countries, especially for small countries. And a lot of things need to be established in order to make it possible to resolve this problem. As a matter of fact, instead of insufficient funding and investment, which research and development spending is still under 0.1% of GDP, though nowadays it's increasing, and our government has promising that in a couple of years it will be reached up to 1%. So without sustained investments, it is well known that scientific breakthroughs rarely reach the market or attract private sector interest. So there is a weak linkage between science and industry. Scientific institutions often operate in isolation from business and entrepreneurship. There's a need for a translational research center that bridge academia and industry, especially in biotech, artificial intelligence, and bioenergy. Policy and governance gap seems to be from according to the scheme, seems to be the infrastructure. It is a most powerful things to be attention to, that academia seems to make it possible, all the things being followed, the title driving science-driven economy transformation. But in Albania, it is still, it is remained a little bit in Albanian, this schema, but driving, it seems to be from Academy of Science to the industry, and it is the economic transformation seems to be passing through the innovation, through the knowledge, through the applications. All our studies seems to be applied to different field of economy. So it is a perception that in our country it is a lack of commercialization pathways. As it can be seen over here, science-driven growth, it is multidimensional. It is from the research infrastructure that need to be rebuilt. And as I already mentioned, it is to be reached up to 1%. I will show in a graph what is comparing to the neighbor countries. But there is a reverse brain drain and investment in talents. So I'm not going to mention all the parameters that it is, let's say, empowering the science-driven growth, economic growth, but few mechanisms exist to turn scientific discoveries into startup or products. There is integration, global integration and collaboration, but Albania's scientific community needs for stronger ties with the European Union research programs and global networks. I'm going a little bit in following slides to mention this thematics very interesting. Our strategic priorities seems to be according to the law, which is a strategy plan. It is being built a couple years ago for the period up to 2030, and it is some objectives very strong that needs to be followed to make it a reality. Strengthen policy and governance. It is said the Academy will serve as a strategic advisor to government, ensuring science policy, which is not just written, but implemented already. So it is said here that the policy government, it is one of the issues that it intensively impact to the great movement forward to the prosperity of the country. And then most important is also public engagement, which we are trying firstly to make it visible during all our research and development movement. So we have negative forces of the brain drain, and we are moving forward to brain gain with different kind of objectives and movement from the strategic priorities in order to make it effectively moving toward the developed. So I'm going a little bit further through my presentation. I have already mentioned here that it is priority things that need to be rebuilt and modernize our research infrastructure, to invest in talent and reverse brain drain through fellowships, diaspora engagement, and mentorship networks, to forge science industry partnership by incentivizing joint research and development and launching science to market forum. I have put together here as a perception, integrated perception for all these key strategies for science driven growth, from the investment in applied research and innovation to build inclusive science infrastructure, strengthen education industry linkage, to leverage EU collaboration and funding, to support startups and spin-offs, which is nowadays being force-driven, and promote science communication and public trust. So I'm not going into detail to explain all the things that have been already mentioned, but let's go through the promise and the paradox between it is a region of potential, rich in history of scientific contribution, strong foundation in engineering, mathematics, and medicine, highly skilled and talented researcher, but the paradox it is that this potential is underutilized due to a complex web of systemic challenges. As a first challenge, it is brain drain, as I mentioned before. So there are some push factors and some pull factors: lack of funding, low salaries, and limited career prospects. But on the other side, it is pull factors are better opportunities, higher wage, and advanced infrastructure abroad. So as a result, and continuous loss of the brightest young minds and experienced researchers, crippling domestic research capacity. So it is lack of these incentives from the different kind of organization and from the government seems to be in contribution of the hemorrhage of the talents. So also here it is, as I promised, from the GDP percentage in the region, Albania it is 0 point some, Serbia 0.50, and Croatia 1 point some. Meanwhile, the European Union average it is up to 2%. So this is a good home duty for our governments of the small countries like Albania. So to destroy some bureaucracies and to make it possible the digital gap to be filled up with the knowledge, and then of course increasing infrastructure, laboratories and equipments which are often outdated or insufficient. So this is important to be mentioned between us, and we are open-hearted now, speaking for the lack of the things that need to be following up. Some key points for the political instability and short-termism, it is science policy is often not a priority and changes with political cycles. Lack of a clear long-term national strategy for science and innovation, and this instability discourages international collaboration and private sector investment. So there are some points that I am mentioning in order to make it some home duty for ourselves and for the other guests, for other friends country, to be put it in queue of finding the solution for everything. Some key recommendations for the way being forward, I said there it is a glimmer of hope that seems to be that although there are some difficulties, although there are some lack of this and this and this, but it is a glimmer of hope that it is increasing some lights for creation attractive careers, some strategic priorities, and the deeper integration, strengthen ties with European Union framework programs and regional cooperation initiatives. I have written over here, so it is a part to look it directly to the eyes of the others. Unlocking the scientific potential of the Western Balkans is a key to unlock its future. So if we see the focus of Albanian specific challenges and path forward seems to be a complex from down to up and passing through the industry from the knowledge. This is, let's say, figuratively described by this graph, but it is a row showing that the path is going from the scientific research up to industry and to which contribute to the producing of the goods for the economy, increasing renewable energy, participating strongly in circular economy in order to make it economy driven, all the research and innovation in our country. So the Albanian brain drain, it is a national emergency. I'm not going pass through all this, and we're crying for the situation, but there are some things that we have to invest in some path forwards, returning scientist grants to make it possible to create it, to merit an international publications, and to foster stronger diaspora engagement, creating formal networks for Albanian, which is already on the way. From political rhetoric to strategic investment, of course, it is not saying just blah blah to the documents and to the speaking of our speakers, but it is really a strong need for investment to the increasing the budget for our project, for our innovation, for our research, passing through the application to the industry. So leveraging geographic, the emerging strength seems to be some Albanian context. Strength exists in areas like seismology and earthquake engineering, which is a critical national need, tourism, biodiversity, ICT, and computer science, renewable energy, and the path forward seems to be to designate, I have written here, National Research Center of Excellence, but some discussion needs to be open in this area to see what it is exactly meaning and how to better understanding the Center of Seismology and Resilient Infrastructure, a Center for Biodiversity and Ecotourism. So, of course, I have through this idea just for opening discussion, and let's see what it is in different our countries, small countries, how must be economy driven or how to going through the prosperity of the country with our scientific research. So these are some geographical strengths of Albania, some strong points for emerging strength. So it seems that how Albanian natural assets can be transformed into strategic sector through science and innovation. So going slowly to the end of my presentation, it seems that the deepening integration with the European Union is non-negotiable. So also our government, it says that EU integration is not just a political inspiration, it's a backbone of Albania's scientific and economic future. As a conclusion, Albania's scientific future is inextricably linked to full integration to the European research area. And the Albanian context, while participation in Horizon Europe is possible, success rates are often low due to a lack of experience and networking. As a visual structure, I prepared a slide, but then a graph by deleted all because it is full understandable that the Albanian in that graph has been from the bottom up to the gateway, and the three upward lines seems to be research and innovation through Horizon Europe, COST, and other programs, education and mobility, Erasmus+, Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions, and other, digital and economic infrastructure, EU digital agenda, single market, and so on. So finally, the path forward to resolve the problem, to resolve the anxiousness and the difficulties of our movement going forward to the prosperity of the country seems to be pushing forward connection between national contact points in order to take from them, to be delivered from them the experience and the experts that can provide high quality support to Albanian applicants. But on the other side, it is a mandate and funds participation in EU twinning projects to rapidly build administrative and research capacity by working directly with the European Union member state institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this overview. It seems that you have a good plan, and this is a basis of success. Now, I also would like to ask Commissioner Frashëri to introduce some short presentations from Albania.
We have a joint presentation with results from research units that are created by our academy. They will speak shortly about their work, and to start with, I invite academician Gzim Hoxha to say some words about 3 major projects that we have in our academy.
Distinguished colleagues, esteemed guests, representatives of academic institutions, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure and honor to share with you today in this international academic gathering one of the most significant undertakings in the history of Albanian studies, the preparation of the 3 major works that define the current stage of Albanology: the history of the Albanians, the Grand Dictionary of Albanian language, and the Albanian Encyclopedia. These 3 works embody not only the culmination of a long research tradition in their respective disciplines, but also a new and modern approach, comprehensive, multidisciplinary, and scientifically rigorous to the study of Albanian history, language, and culture. The history of Albanians, comprising approximately 2,500 pages in 4 volumes. The history of the Albanians represents the most complete synthesis ever produced of the historical, political, cultural, and social development of the Albanian people, from antiquity to the end of the 20th century. This is not merely a political or military chronicle. It received as a history of ideas, institutions, culture, economy, and religion, reflecting the inner dynamics and external influences that have shaped Albanian identity over the centuries. The work is intended for both national and international audiences and will be published also in English. The Grand Dictionary of the Albanian language. The second major work, already completed and currently being evaluated by a wider circle of scholars, include about 100,020 words and expressions. This monumental lexicographic project is the result of many years of systematic and collective work. It seeks to preserve, enrich, and scientifically document vocabulary vocabulary of the Albanian language, integrating the latest linguistic and semantic research, as well as modern lexical developments. The Albanian Encyclopedia. The third work is a project ever undertaken in the Albanian-speaking world. Planned in 10 volumes, it is being realized through the institutional cooperation between the Academy of Sciences of Albania and Academy of Sciences and Arts of Kosovo, based on an intergovernmental agreement signed 20 June 2022 of the Prime Ministers of Albania and Kosovo. This joint endeavor aims to bring together knowledge from all fields of science and culture, highlighting the contributions of Albanian scholars, artists, and thinkers throughout history. The Albanian Encyclopedia is conceived as shared as a platform of knowledge and identity, offering both national comprehensiveness and international visibility. These three major works are not only scholarly milestones, but also intellectual legacies for the future generations. They constitute a comprehensive synthesis of the most significant achievements in Albanology, incorporating both established scholarship and new research findings. Their preparation involved collaboration among historians, linguists, and cultural scholars from Albania, Kosovo, and their wider Albanian academic diaspora, united by a shared vision of high scientific standards. Dear colleagues, at a time when international academic cooperation is more essential than ever, these three major works aspire to stand as both landmarks of Albanian scholarship and bridges of dialogue between Albanian studies and the broader world of science and humanities. In this spirit, the Academy of Sciences of Albania remains open to further collaboration, exchange, and joint research initiatives, convinced that knowledge grows best when shared. Thank you for attention.
The next one is for the Center of Nanotechnology, and we hope to have academic Aben Mekochi online.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
I cannot see the presentation, or it's okay. Yeah. So I am sorry that couldn't be in person in this interesting meeting in Albania. I want to speak about the Nanotechnology and Nanoscience Research Center, a virtual center that is created next to Academy of Sciences of Albania since 5 years ago. The normal question for everyone overall abroad is that why nanotechnology in Albania and in the region? You know that nanotechnology is the technology of the century, and indeed it is very transversal in terms of science and engineering, but also very important in relation to the impact that this technology can bring in many areas, going from health, environment, safety and security, agriculture, and more. This is why this center is trying to offer collaboration in the area of nanotechnology between the excellent research groups identified in Albania, but also in the region, like in North Macedonia, in Kosovo, but also we have associated groups in other countries in the region, including in EU, like in Spain, Italy, and more. So this center that started as a center only for the Albanian-speaking countries in a natural mode has grown to be a regional center because of such collaboration. Next slide, please. So one of the very important objectives of the center has been the internationalization of scientific research in the region. And this has been done through important international congresses that during the last 5 years has been organized in Albania, starting from the very prestigious Trends in Nanotechnology conference that was held in Albania 5 years ago, and ending from the last Nano-Balkan conference. So we created our own brand of conference that achieved bringing in Tirana, in the region, most important scientists working in the area of nanoscience and nanotechnology with objective to create networking and bring possibilities for young researchers to build future projects in the area of nanoscience and nanotechnology. Next slide, please. So thanks to the support given by Academy of Sciences of Albania, since 3 years, we have been launching Ignite projects. These are, of course, modest projects, but have allowed the collaboration between the research groups, at least 2 research groups from Nano-Balkan Center with 1 international research groups in different areas, going from environmental studies with interest for water monitoring, for example, or other topics like, for example, in healthcare, with some research in the area of development of nanofibers and integration in some biomedical applications or some therapies using nano capsules and more. But also in food safety and security, with several projects with interest for quality of the food and also monitoring of pathogens or even contaminants, which is a big problem, not only for Albania, but for entire region. Next slide, please. For Nano-Balkan Center, the education, as of course for university and higher education, academic program, and this is why we have developed in collaboration also with universities in the region, for example, University of Tirana, Western Balkan University, University of Tetova, academic program in the area of nanoscience and nanotechnology, a master program that allows young students to be trained in this area and also start their research in some Nano-Balkan research groups. Next slide, please. In addition, Nano-Balkan has played an important role to attract and to be in contact, of course, with the talents diaspora, organizing webinars, inviting excellent researchers who are working abroad, but also has been trying to put in contact the research done by academia with industry. So such collaboration is very, very important to build collaborations and to see for important improvements and applications in different industries. In Nano-Balkan, we have also a Quartz Forum that try to connect young researchers and develop programs for them for improving, helping young researchers to do better research and collaborations in this area. Next slide, please. So this is all from my side. Now Nano-Balkan is trying to build the physical center, and we hope with the support by Academy of Science of Albania and Albanian institutions, this is going to help because it's quite important for the science in general, but for nanotechnology in the region and serving as an excellent center for other centers in the future. Thank you very much.
Now it's coming the rude moderator and saying that it's really interesting what we are having from the screen and from the speakers. So the situation in Albania is extremely interesting. It's complicated. There seems to be very good plan forward, but our time frame is such that I'm very sorry to say that we can't afford now more Albanian speakers. The materials which have presented for this session will be included into the minutes and they will be available, but we don't have much time now for them. Sorry, I'm really sorry about that. So we go forward with the presentations from delegates. And the first presentation is not about gender balance. It's about that we can't afford losing any minds. If they have born into a different body, it doesn't matter. They are all useful for science and they must be on scientific landscape. So Professor İlkay Erdoğan-Orhan from Turkish Academy of Sciences will present on that topic. She is a pharmacist by education. She has been Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy in 3 different universities and currently at Lokman Hekim University in Ankara, Turkey. And just to mention something about her quality, she's presently the associated editor of 2 quartile 1 journals, international journals, Phytomedicine and Phytochemical Reviews. İlkay, please, the floor is yours now for 15 minutes. It's okay?
Thank you, Tarmo, for this nice introduction. And I'm happy to be in Tirana again, 3rd time. And thank you, my group, for giving me this chance to present about hidden role of women in science. Actually, my time was flexible, so I was prepared for like 30 minutes, but I will try to squeeze in 15 minutes. So it is quite colorful. I think you will enjoy. And please do not think that the women scientists, very reputed women scientists, are limited to my presentation. But these are the ones that I would like to mention more. So I would like to also start with saying that science is science is so immense, not limited to men, because we have millions of things still to explore all together, man and woman. But still we can see from the statistic that why should be dealing with science only for men? Of course, women also have contributed a lot to scientific development. I'm not get you bored with the statistics. I will actually tell you stories from the very famous women scientists, how they contributed in the science, but still from west to east, from north to south, we can see that the women researchers or scientists are still underrepresented. I mean, the statistics don't seem to be very bad. It's about 30%, but still I think it should be half to half. And considering the biggest scientific prize as the Nobel Prize, of course, still maybe about 5% of Nobel Prize are still with the women scientists. And we cannot see the women scientists a lot in the decision-making positions at the universities. This is one contradiction for whole world. So I will give you examples of very fascinating women scientists from ancient history to today. So I would like to start with Hypatia. Probably some of them you may know about her. She was like ancient Greek mathematician, astronomer, and philosopher, and she was also daughter of a very reputed of a scientist of his time, Theon. So she became one of the Alexandria's first female teacher of philosophy and mathematics. But her life was very, very tough, I should say, and her death was a real tragedy. But anyway, her life became a symbol for education, for how important education is for a woman's life. We don't know about her mother, but definitely her father, Theon, was he wanted to raise a perfect human educated as an educated woman. So that's why when looking into the life of Hypatia, women had a public voice for the first time in the ancient history, although her life was quite tragedy. So I would like to move to another fascinating ancient woman scientist, Agnodis, the first MD medical doctor in the history. You see, born in 200 BC, a very old scientific woman figure. She always wanted to become a medical doctor, but at that time, of course, women were not allowed to have this profession. But anyway, she somehow, with a very in a very tragic life, she became the first female physician in ancient Athens. So she had to, hide her identity as being woman, because they were not allowed to practice this profession. So anyway, she pretended like a man doctor, but she always gave care to women patients. So women, somehow she became a legend amongst the women patients. And after that, man was really suspected why this doctor became so famous among the women. Then, of course, her identity came out. And anyway, after that, she was approved as the first woman doctor, medical doctor in the history. But, all doctors have oath on Hippocrates when they graduate. But I would like to also remind you that Hippocrates barred women from studying medicine under his tutelage. This is an historical, truth. So I will try to give some examples from different countries. For example, this is also another one who influenced me a lot, Maria Sibylla Merian. She is the first entomologist. And can you imagine in her time, of course, women also were not allowed to do science much. So she had to really combat for her dreams, because she was very interested in nature, flowers, insects and all those things. She was the first to bring together insects and their habitats. And you will see her drawings, how wonderful, how she was talented. And very bravely, in 1699, she sailed nearly 5,000 miles from Netherlands to South America just to study insects. So enormous contribution to entomology, can you imagine? And she was also in Deutsche Mark long time ago. Of course, she was honored with that. And here you can see the original drawings from her book called Metamorphosis. So another one is Mary Anning. Maybe you may know about her. She is the first female paleontologist from UK. Actually, she was born in 1799 in Lyme Regis, a part of England. And you see, she was, of course, living nearby the sea, the ocean, and by coincidence, she explored some fossils of dinosaurs at the coast. But she didn't know how important that, discovery was that time, because she was almost like a kid. She had a very poor life. Her family was very poor. So you see, she drew many, many sketches of these dinosaur skeletons. Now they are in the British Museum, I think. But when she took these dinosaur discoveries or skeletons, leftovers, to the scientists, male scientists, I underline. So, they, of course, they were excited, but they ignored the role of Mary Anning to this very encouraging scientific discovery. So, they would uncover his role, and they did not credit her for this discovery. Even the Geological Society of London refused to admit her, although she made a very important, contribution. Until 1904, the women, they were not accepted in the society as a member. So this is a very close date, I can tell you. So she had a very, very tragic life again, and she died from breast cancer. But her legacy still lives, recognized by UNESCO. And Mary has a statue in the city she was born, and she has become an icon of often forgotten contribution of women to the science. A very, very, influencing story. Another one is a medical doctor again, Elizabeth Blackwell. She is the first female medical doctor in the United States. So she had a very tragic life again. She, just like Agnotis, she wanted to become a medical doctor, but she was not allowed to register in the medical school even then. So she was rejected from almost 13 medical schools throughout the US. So she had no chance. She rejected everywhere she applied. But in the end, she was admitted to Geneva College in New York by the dean, but the dean told her that you are not going to, interact with the men. You will be sitting, far away from the male students, and under these conditions, on most of the times, she was not allowed to go to the lab to study, but most of the times she was okay, and she graduated as the first ranked student from the college, and she became a medical doctor. Can you imagine? And then she, of course, she was much motivated to get more women into, medical school. So she opened some medical school and college with her sister, and in New York. So its mission included providing positions for female medical doctors. And another one, which really I like, Alien Gertrude. She's a biochemist, but she was born in like 1918. She had a very tough life again. She always wanted to, study medicine, but even that time in the New York City, she was rejected from many college. She was not allowed to go to university education. But in the end, one dean at the chemistry department, he allowed Alien Gertrude Alien to study chemistry, but at night classes. So in daytime, she was not allowed to come to the school. But anyway, after she graduated, she looked for a job, of course, as a chemist and biochemist, but she couldn't find. But maybe, unfortunately, luckily, because of the World War II in the United States, many men were in the armies, and there was also economic burden that time in US. So, of course, US government needed a woman power as a working force. So that's why she was lucky. So she entered a drug company. She worked in a very nice team with Professor Hitchings. He gave her a very big leadership position in this team. So they discovered many drugs. One of them is very, very famous. Do you know the drug medicine for herpes, Zovirax? So she is one of the inventors of this antiviral drug. So Gertrude Alien, in the end, she got Nobel Prize, and she is the only one scientist now without PhD degree having Nobel Prize. So this is very important. So you don't need to have a PhD degree to get the Nobel Prize. That she showed this. So her father was dentist, and her fiancé unfortunately died of endocarditis, and that's why she was also very interested. She was never got married, and she just motivated for research. So she says that don't let others discourage you or tell you that you can't do it. Of course, you can do it. Another life story, scientific life story, of course, I like, belongs to Rosalind Franklin. Probably most of you know about her. And she is one of those underestimated scientific women. So she studied chemistry, and she contributed a lot to discovery of DNA, our DNA, but she was always underestimated. She got a PhD degree in physical chemistry from Cambridge University. She was really an expert in crystallography. She should have been given 2 Nobel Prizes, but she didn't get even 1 because of her hidden contribution. She was very eager to, become a scientist, and even her life story was, filmed. I think the star was Nicole Kidman. I would really suggest you to watch this one, Photograph 51. This photo 51 is very important because it is the key picture for discovery of DNA, which was taken by Rosalind Franklin. But you see, when we say the discovery of DNA, we can always think of Watson and Crick. But actually, there was third person who made a huge contribution to discovery of DNA, and she was neglected, and she was not given a Nobel Prize. And coming to the more recent days, maybe I should also underline Elizabeth Blackburn. She's a molecular biologist, and she is still alive. She is originally from Australia, but did study in US. And prize motivation, she got a Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine in 2009, and the motivation was the discovery of how chromosomes are protected by telomerase. So this enzyme telomerase is very important. She had a PhD degree from Cambridge University, but she studied mostly in US. So very, very, again, important contribution to science. The way you do science should have an intrinsic beauty to it. She says this is very important. Oh my God, I have a lot of one. So let me just 5 more minutes. So this is Mariam Mizrakani, an Iranian mathematician, genius. She is called a genius. She was the first woman to receive the Fields Medal, which is the Nobel Prize in mathematician, in 2014. But anyway, she died of cancer again, and she made a huge contribution. Okay, I'll skip this astronaut because the president said that I don't have much time. So this is Hayat Sindi, a medical doctor again from Saudi Arabia. She is the first Saudi woman to be accepted in Cambridge University to study biotechnology. And she is one of the most influential Arab women. Okay, sorry. I had also small, but I will skip that. So Dr. Snossi, again, medical doctor and very important scientific figure from France. She made a history in discovery at the HIV. This is the virus code that causes. So I will skip that. Okay, so I'm just coming to the end. Of course, this is also one that I would like to give from my own country, from Turkey. She is Nusret Gökdağ. She's astronomer. She was born in Istanbul, and she was sent to Paris to study astronomy. She was given a governmental scholarship ordered by our founder, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, to study astronomy and come back to country. And she also did internship at the Paris Observatory. After she came back, she made the first PhD thesis at Istanbul University. She became the first female university senator and the first female dean in our country. And her words very impressive. She said that women should also explore the sky. And today, this is Gökdağ, the missile Gökdağ, which was developed by TÜBİTAK Defense Industrial Research and Development Institute in our country. This is the latest missile. I know war is out of science, but just, the institute, our government honored Nusret Gökdağ, giving her name to this missile to honor her contribution to field of astronomic studies in our country. And you too, as a pharmacist, because I'm also a pharmacist, as a chair, I underlined, she was the first Chinese female scientist to be given Nobel Prize. Her life is a real tragedy, but anyway, she was able to, identify the mechanisms of artemisinin, and this is the anti-malarial drug, also recognized by WHO. The recent one, this year, she was Mary Brunkov. She was given the Nobel Prize in 2025. So I wanted to also include her name, mentioning about his contribution to molecular biology, also recognized by women. So this is like pretty much end. So we can see that considering the Nobel Prizes from, starting to the end, so 68 times women were given Nobel Prize, but 67 women got the prize because Marie Curie was the only female scientist to get this prize twice. So we call them women who changed the world. There is a very little movie, but I don't know, like 2 minutes. So if you don't have time, then it's okay. I'll skip that. I skipped that too. Okay, I'm ending my talk with Drew Gilpin-Faust because she became the first female rector or president of Harvard University. And even that time, it was a big and huge impact in the American academical world. And she had a lot of interviews, a lot of things going on around her. She finally ended this discussion saying that I am the rector of Harvard University. I'm not a female rector. I am the rector of Harvard University. I think this means a lot, and thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, İlkay. I forgot to tell that she's a principal member of the Turkish Academy of Sciences. We are now coming very close to coffee break, but still, before coffee break, I think we should tune our minds to the main topic of today, which is science as public good. It's very easy to explain people why pharmacy is public good and why biotechnology is public good, and like Ilir told that agriculture serves as part of identity of Albania, so it's simple. But how to tell people that astronomy or mathematics is a public good? So Professor Manuel de Leon, member of Spanish Royal Academy of Exact Physical Natural Sciences of Spain, etc. He's mathematician, he's desperate mathematician, he's professional mathematician. All his life has been dedicated to study of differential geometry. And he will tell us how to explain that mathematics is a public good.
Thank you very much.
The screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Tarmo, and good morning to everyone. And I apologize because I would like to be in Tirana, but it's impossible at least to be there. I will, so you can show the presentation, please. Yes, of course. Thank you. So yeah, you can next slide, please. Yeah, as you can, theories cannot be patented, but they generate richness since ancient times. For instance, the Egyptians used Pythagorean triples just to measurements after the Nile flows, to account animals, constructing buildings, etc. So mathematics has an important role in economy along the history, because mathematics constitutes a set of conceptual, artificial, and symbolic languages developed for communication between human beings. And so it has a significant presence in technology and economy, in all the process in economy. Next slide, please, because we don't have enough time. And so next slide, please. Okay, so in 2016, the European Commission launched a public consultation on mathematics for the new framework program, Horizon 2020. And among other things, the European Commission states that two facts motivated this request. Today's digital society depends on mathematics and algorithms. There is a vast pool of mathematical talent in Europe. The conclusion is that Europe can be first in mathematical applications for big data, computing, and especially higher power computation, to be first in modern science and innovation. So we will not discuss here how relevant is mathematics for all the sciences and technology, but the point is one can measure the economic value of mathematics, and this has been done in recent years in four countries: in the United Kingdom, in Spain, in France, and also in the Netherlands. It's an example of a small country. So next slide, please. The problem to measure the impact of mathematics in the economy is because mathematics is a semi-public good. And so this is difficult to measure using the usual instruments of national accounting in any country. And also, it has a status as private good, which is characterized by the appropriable benefits the use extend to economic activities allows for a partial approximation of this economic weight or relevance. So if we go to the next slide, yes, we have this. This is a usual classification of goods in economics for rival or non-rival. There are two parameters: rival and non-rival, and exclusion and non-exclusion. And so this is a classification of goods: private goods, free access common goods, club goods, public goods. So mathematics is in between. Next slide, please. I will explain now as a semi-public good. As it is not an appropriable resource, for instance, water or other things, so there is no market value that reflects its true utility in society. And as a private good, taking into account the appropriate benefits for agents who possess knowledge of the fruits of mathematical research. So everyone can use mathematics, but they have to know mathematics just to use this good. So next slide, please. So in the last decades, so the revolution processed by internet has positioned mathematics as a fundamental input for production. Is at the base of the pyramid of ideas and knowledge that have productive applications. Even modern theories of economic growth link the long-term evolution of per capita income to the rate at which knowledge accumulates with us to increase in labor productivity. And so this is a strategic knowledge that will enable a country economy and its business fabric to take advantage of the opportunities arising for this technological revolution. Next slide, please. So I going to the point. In these four studies in the United Kingdom and the Netherlands, Spain, and France, in France it was a first report, and recently was a date of this report. And so this is important because we can see the evolution of the impact of mathematics. There are two impacts in employment and in the GDP. And in employment, for instance, in France, the mathematics have a direct impact in 12% of the employment in the country. It was 10% in United Kingdom and 11% in the Netherlands. Direct employments from mathematics. In Spain, we have only 6%. So because the Spanish economy continues to employ a relatively small number of workers in data science, financial services, and software. The contribution to the GDP, to the gross domestic product. In France, in this last report, it was 70.6%. This is direct contribution of mathematics to the French GDP. And it was increasing even more than the economy. For instance, you can see that the increase of this added value of mathematics in France, the annual rate was 3.7%, and the economy was 2.1%. And in the other three countries, the United Kingdom, just 15 years ago, the economy value of mathematics in the contribution to GDP was 16%. In Spain was 10% in 2016, and in the Netherlands 13% in 2011. So for all this to be possible, to consider mathematics as a source of richness for any country, in particular for small countries, because mathematics is very cheap. It's not the mathematicians don't need big laboratories to do research. Only blackboards, access to the literature, and practically this is the things that we need. So for mathematics to take on a leading role in the educational model, to improve the link between the academic world and business, to promote research and apply mathematics, and to raise awareness in the business world of the usefulness of mathematics in the various stage of the production process. So I think that it will be a lesson for small countries to invest more in mathematics, in mathematical education, and also in research in mathematics, and this could have some impact in a few years in the economy of the country and in the rates of employment. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manuel. With mathematics, as a mathematician, I think I know what I'm saying. How to evaluate mathematics? It's like how to evaluate freedom and independence. Many people in this audience have been under dictatorship regimes, and our President Lena Meri has told that you understand the value of freedom after you have lost it. So we can only understand value of mathematics after we have lost it. I hope it never, ever happens in the world. So we have now successfully reached the coffee break time. Using 10 minutes of coffee break means that as a moderator, I take the liberty to shorten the discussion session by 10 minutes. So we shall reconvene at 12:20 sharp. Thank you very much for your presentations, and give a big hand to all presenters. Welcome back from the coffee break. Visiting countries like Albania is almost always dangerous. You have to stay on diet for many weeks after visiting Albania. You get so many calories, you get so much caffeine that if you survive, you are a very strong person. Anyway, the hospitality is great. Thank you very much for that. So now we are approaching one of the central discussion elements of today's meeting. It's about how to convert science as public good into driver of economy of small countries. I can say from the beginning that we do not have answers. We have some experiences, we have some ideas, we have some things which have worked, and many of panelists have also knowledge about things what do not work. So we try to share all those things. The panel today is almost a presidential panel. I'm starting in the sequence how it's presented in the agenda. So the first in the list is Jūras Banys. He's president of Lithuanian Academy of Sciences already several years, something like 8 years. He's physicist. This man has been professor first, then dean, then vice rector, and then rector of Vilnius University, and is member of, I don't know, uncountable number of different panels and committees. So, but he knows what it means to be excited as electron. So he was expressing the opinion that we are all here excited already. The next in the list is Zuzana Panchova. She's vice president of the Slovak Academy of Sciences and responsible for international cooperation and research security. And what she does may seem very strange for physicists and mathematicians. So she is doing social anthropology, specializing in rumors and conspiracy theories. But this is also hardcore science, even if a mathematician like me doesn't believe it. And then comes Mūris Čičić, president of the Academy of Sciences of Arts of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yes, you may start moving already. So he is expert in economics. And he has been Fulbright professor in the United States and also something 6 or 7 years working in Australia. And now he's professor emeritus and corresponding member of his academy from 2008, full member from 2012, and now president of this academy. Then the fourth discussant is Svetlana Terčić. She's a mathematician from Montenegrin, full member of the Montenegrin Academy of Science and Arts, and currently vice president of this academy. She has got her PhD degree from my home university, which is Lomonosov Moscow State University. And he has visited great many leading centers of mathematics of the world. And last but not least, not yet president possibly, is Ilirian academician Ilirian Manolari, who is representing Academy of Sciences of Albania. So after being in this panel, I think that he will be the next president or at least vice president of the Albanian Academy of Sciences. So I really would like to thank the panelists who have accepted to be parts of this exciting journey, very risky journey. And this title actually includes 3 extremely complicated topics. Science as public good, about which we have heard a little bit. Then science as driver of economy, And finally, the umbrella or overarching topic is how to implement this driver for small countries who have limited coverage of disciplines. So it is extremely complicated question solved very differently in different countries. And this variety of panelists is also intentional in terms of geographical diversity and professional background. It is important to address the different matters from all possible sides. You never know which nuance or which side leads to the solution. And it's also important to include all possible cultural varieties, backgrounds, genders, different fields, simply because even people from different cultural environments, they do not necessarily ask different questions, but they often ask questions differently. And this helps in solution. So the format of this panel is kind of classic. Every panelist is first limited to 3-4 minutes to express his or her thoughts on the topic, on any aspect of the topic. And then there will be some prepared questions from the moderator. And I hope there will be some time to take questions from the audience. I think that it's good to start from Jūras, who has prepared some slides. So he's probably the most prepared person in the panel, and he can give a good introduction. We can come also over here, but 4 minutes maximum.
Okay, very strict order. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the topic is very broad: how to convert knowledge, education into public good. So I prepared a few slides, and I will show very briefly. So Lithuania is really a small country, so it fits. So if we look, it's only 2.9, nearly 3 million of people. So it's comparable size of Albania. And different median ranges, innovation, global rank in 2020 was 40, internet usage, and so on. So how we do? The higher education system. Due to 4 minutes time, I will skip several slides. Institutional framework. We have 18 universities, 19 colleges. It's a binary system, and 17 science research institutions, research institutes. So altogether, we work how to achieve an excellent science. Some years ago, Lithuanian government did very clever solution and introduced valleys. Every one of us knows Silicon Valley. In Lithuania, use the same names, valley, but instead of silicon, you can see 5 valleys which have been created. Santara Valley, Saulėtekio Valley, Nemunas Valley, and Marine Valley. So all these got a huge investment from the state. And one of the few aspects which I want to mention, because due to the short time, I'm not able to broaden my talk, life sciences. Life sciences are very strong in Lithuania, and gene editing, biotechnologies, all that stuff. So averaged 2.5% of GDP in Lithuania. So it's huge contribution. With agriculture, industry, and so on, biotechnology gives 2.5%. So a lot of spin-offs, startups, and even some unicorns are created from this knowledge. So first you have education in Life Sciences Center, and then people graduate, they do their PhD, and if science is not so much attractive, they go to the private business and make companies. And this results in 2.5% of GDP. Another story, which was also long-lasting is lasers. And you can see here in this graph a lot of different companies which are involved in the laser production, creating new lasers, parametric amplifiers, and so on. So, and we are proud that from Lithuania, around 50% of global scientific ultra-short pulse laser are produced in Lithuania. So we have nearly half of a world market. And this, again, Faculty of Physics and the Institute of Physics, together, they created such a amazing stuff. Informatics, computer technologies, artificial intelligence, AI, fintech. And you can see on the screen the numbers, how the fintech companies got raised in Lithuania and how big market they have. And the last, which I want to show you, is that fintech, so information technologies, laser physics, biotechnologies, it was very long-term investments. And for small country, we understand that it's not possible to create in all fields, but some fields appear suddenly. The company Nanoavionics was created by accident. When I was a rector, a couple of graduates came to me and said, we want to make a nano satellite, nanocube. You know, it's 10 by 10 centimeters, and we produce it. But for launching it with NASA, we need to pay $50,000. Can university do that? And we will do with university label. We discussed that, and we saw that it's a good opportunity for university to advertise. So we paid this money, they created satellite, it was launched, and the first pictures from space of Lithuania came from this satellite. And what happened further? This company developed into Nanoavionics, big company, which now have orders of around 600 million euros. And they have over 200 employees, and they, you see, built 280 satellites, and this contract is only one. This contract is 122 million. So how to find this is a huge challenge. With that, I will finish. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's life. You have to be rude sometimes. Yeah, but the recipe is very simple. Recipe is extremely simple. Education, education, education, and then choosing a niche. Very short.
If they have Gjinushi, this means that they have employees, they produce products for the South. And of course, with taxes, it comes to the state budget. So I hope yes. I answered, but it's a public good, because state budget is from all taxpayers. And if you have high-tech companies which are able to compete in the world market and sell their products, it's a huge impact on state budget. On state budget can finance universities, schools, and all other things.
It's not as easy as it sounds, but it is doable, what we have shown now. So I would then go the same sequence, Susanna, please.
Yes, thank you very much. So Slovakia is a little bit bigger country. We have about 5 million of inhabitants. So I will focus on Slovakia. How can Slovakia transform science into a driver of economic growth? So I can mention that 20 years ago, Slovakia was nicknamed the Tatra Tiger, our highest mountain, High Tatras, in combination with this moment of economic growth driven by liberal economic reforms and foreign investment. Significant input for us was joining the European Union, of course, in 24. With this well-educated workforce, EU membership, and export-oriented industrial base, Slovakia appears well-positioned to benefit from knowledge-based economy, but we have, of course, problems. I can repeat many of points who were mentioned earlier. So we are struggling with underinvestment in research and development. Slovakia spends just about 0.9%, so less than 1% of GDP on research and development, which is below the European average. This issue is compounded by a lack of long-term stable investment. Too often funding for research is short-term, fragmented, and driven by short-term political cycles. There is also a problem with weak connection between science and industry. This is a significant gap. Slovakia has a strong industrial base, particularly in sectors like automotive, manufacturing, and electronics, but we struggle to connect scientific research to these industries in a meaningful way. There are some isolated examples of good practices, for example, cooperation between automotive industry and applied research at some universities, especially at the university in Žilina in the north part of Slovakia. But overall, the infrastructure for technology transfer, for commercializing research, and for encouraging academic entrepreneurship remains underdeveloped. We struggle with the lack of technology transfer offices with real business experience and few university industry partnerships. In contrast, for example, with Czech Republic, which is our most close partner, they have, for example, developed strong innovation hub, CEITEC in Brno. It's a Central European Technology Park that link academia with business. So we plan to do something like this also in Slovakia. Another critical issue is the talent drain, as was said before. In many other countries, it's the same problem. Many of our brightest researchers and scientists leave Slovakia for better funded, more stable environments abroad. In 2014, Slovak Academy of Sciences established a program, SASPRO. It is a mobility and reintegration program designed to attract experienced researchers to Slovakia, both Slovak national returning from abroad, but also non-Slovaks, to work in Slovak research institutions and universities. It's a joint program with, between the Slovak Academy of Sciences and some of universities. It is funded by European Horizon 2020 scheme. This Marie Sklodowska-Curie Actions co-funded program. The big problem is also political instability and strategic disconnect, because frequent changes in government and political polarization creates a real challenge when trying to develop a cohesive national strategy that links research, education, and industry to economic development. So what can we do? First of all, I think that academia must take a more active role in bridging the gap between research and industry. We need technology transfer offices, incubators, and science parks. We need to advocate for more stable long-term funding. We are in negotiation with government. We are now preparing a strategy of Slovakia for the next 2 decades in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and our Prime Minister too. So we have to retain and attract talents, and we must be engaged in a policy dialogue. And I think that, and it is my agenda, to pay attention to research security and to intellectual property, because these are very underdeveloped moments in Slovakia among research institutions at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susanna. a completely different perspective, but there is no right or wrong. This is all part of the world and European scientific landscape. So having heard a physicist and a it's humanity expert, yeah, it belongs to humanities, what you're doing, and what the economy person is saying, Professor Turchetti. You can also come here, yes. But you know that you will be pushed in 4 minutes.
I will finish within 4 minutes, so I hope. Actually, when I got instruction that I have to prepare something that will last 3 minutes, maximum 4, then I realized there is nothing to tell you because I need a lot of more time, you know. So, but I will just nominate few interesting issues that are relevant for this topic, you know, which is drivers, public good as a driver of small economies. What are small economies for the beginning? Is Singapore small economy? I wouldn't say. Actually, there is underlying meaning in that. With small economy meaning you don't have enough money or you don't have enough capital to invest and build CERN or, you know, another activities that are infrastructure driven, but you have to do something with the little money you have, or how you can increase that money, you know, in order really to do something. And that's basically small country, small economy. It means basically that you have to focus on something that you could be excellent in and that could be commercial as well, as we heard about satellites, you know, nano satellites. This genial idea, you know, but we don't have that many genial ideas on hand, you know, so we have to really be very, very, very smart. So we have to select where do we go. Unfortunately, you know, from the other hand, you know how much money only one company, which is Meta, you know, which is Zuckerberg, is investing in artificial intelligence. $600 billion. $600 billion. And Oracle is 400, and OpenAI is to 100, and so on and so on. You know, so this is huge money we cannot think of if you are a small country, if you work for small countries. So small country should focus really on Estonia computing, you know, Slovenia pharmaceutical, Denmark energy, and so on and so on. And this is really do what you can do with what you have. And what are the issues we have to think about? First, we realize we are small, we cannot do much, we should do what we can able to do, and then how to do it, even that small, you know, because 2%, yeah, we are all talking about 2% or 3%, but 3% from the GDP of Bosnia and Herzegovina is so small, you know, that you can only give the grants to people and try maybe to employ them to do something smart. And what we come to the point to realize that is diaspora. You know, we have so many people across the globe, you know, so let's organize them. Let's put money in organizations and stimulate, you know, what they can do. And also we invested something which is about digitalization as well, because we have so many people in that area, and they are becoming really to be very smart in that part. Next point is we have to overcome the issues or the problems or the barriers. You know that people working in academia, and that probably means all of us, you know, working at universities, working in institutes and so on, they are a bit, you know, reluctant to discuss about commercial issues of science. When you say to them, look, we can invest that, maybe to make business on, they say, how they are doing that only because of profit. So what's wrong? Yes, because of profit, yes, and well, they believe if you nominate something as a profitable, you know, that's dirty. That's not for us professors, you know, academics and so on. So we have to overcome that barrier, you know. Yes, profit. Yes, commercialization of science. It sounds like, you know, not acceptable, but we have to overcome that. Also, there are a few more issues, but I will stop here because I expect your questions will invite for more answers. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. It's very clear. If you are small, you must be smart. That's it. Another thing which was told, you must be in touch with production. If you can't convert your knowledge into product, you have lost. I think that Svetlana would give now a view of a mathematician.
Yes,
Would you
exactly.
please? Yes.
Going to give you, I'm coming from Montenegro. Montenegro is a very small country, and I would emphasize three issues. We would like, at least from my point of view, we would like to focus on related to the topic of the panel, of this panel. The first we want to focus in Montenegro is that somehow that the first and most importance of a science in society is to increase the knowledge of society in all levels of society. The results in basic sciences, especially in theoretical sciences, have almost unlimited validity, while the results in applied sciences, good results, are expensive to obtain, and the results are not so long-lasting. That's the fact. Somehow the basic knowledge and in so theoretical knowledge is the best public good and the best driver of economy. Especially theoretical basic sciences. Somehow basic sciences, together with the humanity and art, they form a basis for the development of all aspects of society. And I think nowadays this is especially important for small countries, since the small countries have a good influences from the aspects of the development of technology, but they are also influenced by sorts of side effects of modern technology, in a sense that not so high demanding jobs in different areas of modern technology, like IT sectors, are offered in small countries. And in that context, basic and in particular theoretical sciences nowadays are equally affordable to any countries, and the small countries, especially in small countries, and we think it should be considered as a big advantage of a small country. So this is one issue that we like to focus on. The other issue is related to applied sciences and how one can develop applied sciences and apply sciences in a small country such as Montenegro. Of course, it should be related to available resources for community development. And we already heard about that one can establish, the government should establish some targeting agencies which would serve as a bridge between the applied sciences and the country's economies. And these agencies, as we are trying to do, they should target as well the main courses of countries' development and provide framework for establishing institutions, research institutions for the particular scientific areas. And this institution, from the point of view of the impact of applied sciences into development of economy, would have a double role. Scientists could collect the data from the resources for scientific research, while at the same time, in a direct contact, they can advise, improve economic development. For example, in Montenegro, being a small country, we have Agriculture Institute, which works very well in this direction. But also we have a center for science within the biggest wine distillery in Montenegro, so which is interaction both direction. And the third issue, which is important for small countries, is small countries strongly depend on international investments, and they rely on possibility to attract foreign institutional organization dealing with the science, innovation, technology to base the institution in their country. And in order to have a recognized institution based in a small country, you need to, at least we need to produce highly educated staff, engineers, doctors, IC sectors, and so on. And I just want to mention that there is initiative coming from Montenegro to establish a center for cancer radiology in this geographical region, which is connected with the CERN and the other, and the other work. Okay, I will stop here.
Yes, thank you very much, Svetlana. It's about, there were so many different interesting ideas in, but I am very puristic in my attitude. There is no applied science or basic science. There is good science and bad science. And we're doing good science, whether it's fundamental or applied. And about, it's also true that in many cases, mathematics, astronomy, and some other sciences seems to have not many applications. But remember one story from Manhattan Project, creation of atomic bomb. When Oppenheimer went out of room, the others all continued in Hungarian language.
Yes.
Hungarian mathematicians.
Yeah, but I would like to add, because from our point of view,
Is Mike working?
From our point of view, applied sciences are quite expensive. We cannot actually afford it to ourselves, but we still, to survive something, to survive somehow at the scientific level. So it's to keep some educational scientific level and to try to attract some applied scientific organization to collaborate with.
Absolutely true, but you never know at which moment basic science is turned into applied science.
Yes,
you
yes,
know,
of course.
You
yes,
never
of
know
course.
that beforehand.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you very much for your points. There were quite many. No, Jūras. Now it's time for Ilirian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Except the things that I have already thrown in the air during my speaking on the panel, I have to emphasize a little bit more some points that need to be discussed really. As a matter of fact, we have to emphasize the things that we have to engage the public through campaigns, education, and storytelling that make science accessible and inspiring. First of all, in my country, I am, let's say, guiding a structure within the Academy of Science for the renewable energy storage and circular economy models, that we have to increase the visibility of the problems coming out from this subject and throwing, let's say, a lot of contribution to the national movement, to the increasing results and, let's say, contribution to the economy. So as for the renewable energy technology, we have some contribution, let's say, in solar and wind potential, some geothermals and bioenergy. But as for the policy levers, there are some net metering and auction scheme that are already in place to support small-scale renewable projects. We have already applied for some projects, but even though we have not get the result from the selections, there are some remain problems of the investing in digital infrastructure to balance intermittent renewables and improved energy efficiency. Then we have not yet started the plan for the improving our studies to battery storage, which is nowadays a lot of valued projects and the subject. But as for the research opportunity, we as a structure within the Academy of Science, we can lead the research and development on low-cost, scalable energy storage and the solution tailors to Albanian grid. As for the circular economy models, we have a lot of scientific groups contributing with their own experimental works and modeling and simulation of the things, how to improve the processing from waste to energy, and then eco-design and recycling in order to open door for the green jobs through circular practices which can create employment and recycling, repair, and sustainable manufacturing. As for the role of science and innovation, it is already time for Albania to launch a national energy innovation lab to prototype and test new technologies, foster cross-sectoral research, linking energy and agriculture, transport and digital system. But this comes through collaborate with the European Union partners to access funding, expertise, and market pathways. This sector is not just about energy. It's about sovereignty, sustainability, and smart growth. This is just to open a discussion between partners from the European Union, which are here, and we are on the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jūras, your short comment now, please. I shall ask your question, then after you answer.
Short comment, I will tell one example about fundamental science and applied science. You know Gustav Hertz, who found electromagnetic waves as a physicist. He told that from fundamental science of view, it's very interesting phenomena, but it will never ever be applied in real life. Can you imagine today our life without TV, radio, mobile phones? Everything is electromagnetic waves. So fundamental science is one, and as Tarmo mentioned, you never know in which room the fundamental knowledge will convert into the product.
And just adding, when iPhone was constructed, that was massive inclusion of social scientists and humanities people to understand what device people want to have.
Yeah, may I have one
Very short,
comment?
please, yes.
I'm speaking as a mathematician, as a theorem proof. So in order to have converted, you have something to have to be converted. So you need to have a fundamental science in order to convert it to something. That's that's like theorem in mathematics.
Absolutely. If you only do applied science, there will be soon no science to apply.
Yeah, that's.
Now, burning questions from the audience. Starting from here, please. But microphone just for recording.
You discuss. Thank you very much for interesting discussion. You discuss for small countries. Albania is a very small country, but is very rich in natural resource. Do you think, or can science become a new natural resource for us?
Who is willing to answer? Jūras again. It's your last time.
I am talking too much. Lithuania is not very rich of natural resources. We have water, sand, a little bit of oil, and some minerals, but not very rich. And it's a common expression that one natural resource which we must use is brain. So brains are the main natural resource of a country. And if you have, I will not name the country, which is very rich in natural resources, but lives very poor.
Absolutely. There is one question or comment from the internet. Anna Mauronen, she was president of Finnish Academy of Science and Letters for some years. So Anna, the screen is yours. But please be
very much. Thank you very much. You must excuse my voice and my not very appropriate attire, in other ways, the way I dress, because I have a cold and was not able to join you. But what I found, thank you very much for these very interesting possibilities and ideas in different small countries. And I can relate to all those problems also coming from a small country. What I found, however, was that one thing that was mentioned in several in several short talks was the instability, the political instability of society, and I was wondering whether that is really something that you just shrug your shoulders at because there's nothing that academic research or science could do to it. However, I wonder if we turn it around to a real kind of like research question, are there new solutions to improving political stability in a country and making it more predictable, which, to my mind, would probably be very likely to attract people returning from abroad to a country that is more helpful. It's not only that it's become rich, that might be a good attractor too, but also that it's nice to live in. Okay, would you like to comment on it?
Anybody wishing to comment? Susanna is smiling so that she would like to comment shortly.
Yes, so political instability can disrupt any strategy in development of research and innovations, but when this instability is combined, I think, with polarization, with disrupting of trust towards science and research, maybe you can make any innovations in the medicine area, but when people don't trust researchers and medicine, then it is useless. We could see it during pandemic. Then this anti-vax propaganda was driven by populist politicians, not only in Middle Europe, but also in the world. So I think that this is a very important question, how to strengthen position of research in political level. Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. Science is selling trust. We don't have anything more to sell. So there was a couple of many questions. Geoffrey, and then, yes, the other guy. Please, I don't know.
Geoffrey Boulton from the UK. I guess your politicians are like our politicians. I hope they are. They have the money. We want their money. You want their money. What do we do about it? Well, I served as a member of the council that advised the three UK prime ministers in sequence. All of them asked the first question they asked was not, what stories can you tell me? And you've told some lovely stories this morning, but what's the evidence? And actually, what do you say to your politicians when they say, as I hope they say, not what are your stories, because you have lovely ones, but what's the evidence? What is the evidence that is worthwhile here in Albania to invest seriously in science at the universities?
It seems that this question is really not rhetorical, but the answers are too long. But I think that this is the question which we should ask all the time from ourselves, and our answer prepared in a couple of weeks when we talk to our policymakers in our countries. But please, the question or comment, yes.
No comment, but my question is dealing with brain drain. A week ago, I was in Croatia, and a colleague of mine told me that a lot of doctors are leaving the country, something that is happening in Albania a lot. And as Madolari mentioned, brain drain in Albania has been the worst case in the East countries. And my question is, maybe it's not addressed directly to you, but you have links with politicians. EU should adopt another policy in order to diminish this impact. This has to do with financial support, etc. Because our colleague from Spain with colleagues from Albania has applied in EU for excellent censure and has not qualified, has been in the short list, but so sometimes related with policy that we should follow, some support financially is very, very important. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, I take the liberty to answer on behalf of the panel. While you are outside of EU, you can't do anything. If you are inside EU, then one country, one vote, and the decision must be consensus. So the situation will change fundamentally when you enter into
But
EU.
Croatia is in board. And my colleague told me that we are missing doctors because they are emigrating in other countries.
Yeah, this is a long discussion, and young academies have pointed that very sharply, and the collection of essays Reclaiming Europe is targeting this issue in a more general manner. I think it's quite interesting to read what our young colleagues think. But now we have to eat already 8 minutes faster than planned. Is there anything within 20 seconds from the panelists to say as a message to take home or to digest during the lunchtime? Okay, Jūras, please, very shortly.
Chatting too much, but 20 seconds. The message for small countries, I think, should be that some fields are traditionally strong in small countries. You cannot take all fields, but sometimes do not lose opportunity to start the new ones. That's the message. And that's the examples which I showed. Biotechnology, laser physics was old one, but satellite industry in Lithuania was new one. So do not use opportunities of new chances.
But be open and inventive.
Yes.
Yes, open-minded, even better. There is one major hint or recommendation what I would tell to not only to small but also big countries. If you look at from where scientific production is coming, then it's about 70%, United States, about 70% is coming from private companies. And I mean core science production. 70% is coming from private productions. In EU, it's about 50%. In smaller countries like Estonia or Lithuania, it's 10 to 20%. It's not a competitive thing, it's a tragedy. You will be winning if you create high-level science in private enterprises, not only in universities. We have in Estonia saying that high-level science in private enterprises, it's in the very best interests of academic science. It is a future which is unavoidable. The sooner you do that, the bigger winners you are. Thanks a lot for all panelists. It was an inspiring thing. And now we can have lunch.
Okay.
Welcome back. It seems that some of delegates have survived the lunch. You remember my warning? If you come over to the countries like that, you have to have better to be on diet a few days before, but you have to be on diet several days after, for sure. Thank you. Thanks. Great thanks to our hosts. It was delicious and it was a lot of it. So now we are going basically to the highlight of today. It's introductory presentations to the topic scientific freedom, the view from Europe. The first topic, the history of science in Europe, is actually presented by Albanian Academy of Sciences, and we in management group were really happy that this topic came forward. It's our understanding in Estonia that without having good knowledge about past, you will have no good future. So it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Simone Turchetti, who is the president of the European Society for the History of Science. He's professor of history of science, as you may understand from the name of the topic. He researches and teaches the history of the 20th century science with a focus on the impacts of scientific exchanges and collaborations. He's the president of the European Society for the History of Science, and of course, be a member of so many committees that it's better not to start counting them. So we absolutely welcome approximately 25 minutes and then about 5 minutes for questions. The floor is yours. You are very welcome.
Yeah. This is obviously after lunch. So as Tarmo rightly was pointing out, we're all a bit fatigued by the amazing food we've been offered. And I hope, to talk about the history of science in Europe and scientific freedom at this point in the afternoon will not be, in a sense, something that will ruin your digestion, but actually conducive of a good digestion. I'm Simone Turchetti. I'm speaking here not in my role as president of the European Society. I'm speaking in a personal capacity. Obviously, I represent the society, but the society has no specific position on the kind of things I'm going to talk with you today. I'm going to actually tell you a little bit more about how we can put all the things that we looked at during this morning in a bit of historical context. All of you, I see, are a bit kind of annoyed that ultimately, that there's big inequalities in Europe, thinking about the role of the European Union on the one side and the small states that are going to join it. And obviously, this kind of annoyance is justified. But what I'd like you to do is to start to look at these things in historical context, because when you start to look at them in historical context, I think a lot of things become a little bit more clear to see. Let me start with the notion of scientific Europe. Freedom. What do we mean by scientific freedom? By scientific freedom, we can mean a lot of different things. If you look at the current definition, you obviously have many things: freedom of engage, pursuing knowledge, applying knowledge, communicating openly. What interests me is the barrier that actually prevents a lot of time scientists from actually getting to scientific freedom, especially in terms of access to scientific resources and infrastructures. So the question to me that you discussed today is, how can we think of mechanism through which we kind of remove the barriers and we actually can all join a scientific community where everybody can carry out those functions? For me, that's what scientific freedom is about. If you look at how the European Union looks at this, recently, there has been something that has been particularly important, I think, and it's the launch of the so-called fifth freedom. The idea that the European Union from now on, for all the members that are part of the Union, will ensure free movement of research, innovation, and knowledge. It's a very pragmatic way to look at what scientific freedom is, okay? So in what I'm going to show you in the next, hopefully 5 to 10 minutes to 15 minutes, I'm not sure, is how we arrive at that. We arrive at this situation and how we can think about Europe playing an important role in addressing issues of scientific freedom that actually are important globally. Well, what I'm going to show you is the results of something that I'm carrying out in the context of my project, which is the European Research Council project, New World Data. Is a project that is for an advanced grant. It entails research of an important group comprising European institutions as well as colleagues, for instance, in Brazil and China. We are trying to explore the diplomacy of data, the ways in which data have been important in shaping relations across the world. And two things appear particularly important to us. First, we live in a world where there has been a number of global inequalities preventing scientific freedom to actually take place. Global inequalities have been the chief barrier to the enactment of scientific freedom across the world. Second, Europe has a very distinctive role to play. And this is where I think we get a little bit more political. And I'll look finally at how we can think of Europe and the fifth freedom has been, in a sense, a solution to my own, I mean, I'm an historian and not a mathematician, but let's say my own equation. Let's see whether the equation works. Let's start with the historical inequalities and scientific freedom. In my works, and in particular in 2 articles I've written recently, I've tried to demonstrate that fundamentally, over the last, I would say 70 years at least, global inequalities in the world of science has grown significantly. And have grown significantly because fundamentally, the scientific infrastructures that exist in the world of science are distributed unequally across the world. Whether you look at materials, whether you look at infrastructures, whether you look at laboratories, whether you look at equipment, you know that actually they are distributed unevenly, okay? And this is something that I've tried to demonstrate looking at something very specific, which is data. Data are looked as normally as this kind of foundational milestone of every scientific research, but what I've tried to show is that over the last 70 years, geographically, world regions have enjoyed access to data in different ways. And this has molded the development of the scientific enterprise in their own countries because of this uneven distribution. I'll try to show you, for instance, I'll try to show this, for instance, by mapping inequalities in the global availability of physics data over time. And you can see already in that picture over there that ultimately between the 1970s and the 1990s, physics data is something that was available, exchanged and circulated and distributed mainly in 2 big clusters, in Western Europe and the United States. Obviously, over time, this kind of circulation has been growing, but one thing that actually my research shows that is this growth has been far greater at the center of the physics network than at the periphery, which means that ultimately networks tend to reproduce inequality rather than solve them. And obviously, you can go on and on, whatever it is that you look at, from the historical perspective to now, and check that actually these kind of inequalities are ingrained in the work structure of science. Whether you look, for instance, at the flow of data and communication, again, massive when you look at the United States and Europe, the rest is pretty much periphery. Whether you look, for instance, at the distribution of internet, where you have a clearly identifiable global south, that is not part of essentially the routine users of data, of internet, and therefore the routine people that can access data. Another aspect of my research is the way research organizations link to world data centers across the world. The major institutions that have the data in, again, shows the same uneven distribution. They tend to cluster around Europe and the United States, and partly now, more recently, China. But over time, there have been massive inequalities that have essentially excluded, marginalized huge regions of the world, South America, Africa, parts of Southeast Asia. And so the question is what it is that we can do to address these global inequalities. They are very important if we, for instance, we look at some of the big issues that concern our world today, such as, for instance, the Sustainable Development Goals. In 2023, you might be familiar with this. There's been a huge review telling us, so we said that we're going to deal with the Sustainable Development Goals. What we've achieved, very little. And why very little? Because of those 17 goals, virtually none of them is close to be achieved, okay? And why is that? Well, the panelists have actually claimed that one of the chief reasons is the lack of even distribution of scientific resources across the world. They've called explicitly for dismantling negative pathways and paradigms in the sciences and increased support to research in the global south. So we have this situation, a situation that obviously is actually hampering even the possibility of addressing global challenges, something that concerns all of us, climate change, food, water. Why we're not doing it? Because of that. So what are the Europeans doing, and what is Europe doing, and how is Europe fitting in this map, in this picture that I've just been showing you? I mean, Europe, as I think, has a very distinctive history. What Europe is, I mean, it's something that we're all probably still disputing. We'll continue to dispute it for the next 100 years. We are always worried that we don't understand what are the geographical boundaries of Europe, what is Europe politically, whether we are, Europeans or whether we are not. We will keep discussing this forever. Let's admit that, okay? But in all of this, certainly, we actually can rely upon the kind of foundational values of the European Union as something that might drive at least our narrative or our understanding of what Europe might be or might do. And in particular, I'm just gonna present you with an interesting milestone, which has and hasn't got to do anything with science. The 1941 Ventotene Manifesto. How many in the room know about the Ventotene Manifesto? 1, 2, okay. So this is considered, please Google it tomorrow or tonight, it's considered the foundational document of what we consider Europe. It was written by two anti-fascist ideologues at the time, Altiero Spinelli and Ernesto Rossi, who at the time of writing it, 1941, were imprisoned in the island of Ventotene. And from there, started thinking about this idea of a kind of federated structure that would oppose the rise of nationalisms across Europe. Interestingly, they never said Europe will be made of Italy, Germany, France, Albania, Romania. They just thought of a supranational mechanism that would actually go against the rise of totalitarian and nationalistic sentiments across Europe. And actually, they thought that by creating that mechanism of international solidarity, they would eventually cope with the inequalities in Europe that were nurturing nationalisms and totalitarian feelings. The manifesto has nothing to do with science, you'll tell me. No, actually has, because the people that wrote it were very close, for instance, to some of the anti-fascists that in 1938 had to leave Italy as a consequence of the Russian laws. Okay, so this hasn't got to do with science, but I think it's important. Obviously, I don't have to remind you that the manifesto is behind much of what we see as the concrete steps to create a European Union, 1950, the Schuman Declaration, where actually this kind of sentiment, the creation of a supranational entity, was somehow negotiated with some more pragmatic issues, how to actually create Europe as a space that concretely could be welcoming that solidarity mechanism, but at the same time, for instance, confronting the realities of the Cold War. And that's the reason why at the beginning we had something called the Western Europe rather than Europe as such, okay? But I mean, all of that had to do with science and technology too. For instance, in terms of technological, technocratic internationalism, accordingly to the words of Kiran Klaus Patel in the book Project Europe, A History. They used to say the idea that international cooperation in the sciences, in technology, could actually be an instrument of integration. And there's works that have actually charted that integration, for instance, through the creation of a number of important scientific technological hubs. Think of Euratom, think about the European Space Agency, in the context, obviously, of that transatlantic alliance, United States and Europe. But Europe has been growing over time, going well beyond that transatlantic time. And over time, I think, starting thinking more carefully about how you can amalgamate those kind of solidarity, cooperation mechanisms within the mechanisms of scientific cooperation. That's visible, for instance, when we start to think about the six actually, integration processes that the European Union has gone through. And that's something that comes closer to where we are right now, right? We're talking about Albania, we're talking about a number of other countries joining the Union. And in that actually joining that mechanism of integration, there is also something that can be seen as positive in terms of integration to scientific collaboration in science, the Horizon Europe we mentioned earlier, technological transfer, which is absolutely decisive, and actually is something that is very distinctive about Europe as a kind of, about the European Union, in the sense that we have a union that actually caters for transnational transfer for any new nation that joins in. And it's something quite remarkable and different and unique, I think, in the world today. So this is what I'm gonna end my story. Europe is unique, and is unique because it's this kind of unique combination of an aspiration of sharing technologies and science in a multilateral cooperation experiment, combined with the sharing capacity, infrastructures, being right at the center of that nodes of connections, of flows of data, of infrastructures that do not exist anywhere else. So what's gonna then make that is not an equation, it's just a sum. What's that sum gonna make for us? Well, obviously, I don't know. It would be difficult to know what actually the sum will be. But I mean, there are works that have tried to say that because of that unique position, the European Union is a unique position globally to actually promote integration, promote answer to the sustainable development goals challenges that other countries and other supranational entities can't. Europe, accordingly, for instance, to Michel Young and Pauline Rabinet, was built on knowledge sharing, on knowledge power. And that knowledge power, that knowledge sharing can be a driving factor in Europe's future and Europe's further integration in the years to come. There are already important processes in place that could grant that. It's not just about the creation of the European research area that I mentioned earlier. It also, for instance, about the creation of a common shared data space, to the creation of a European infrastructure for data sharing that would allow, for instance, countries, that would allow, first of all, to overcome the current domination of the data market by big multilateral corporation. And the effects of the Data Act have been felt already. For instance, Google having to scrap the data transfer fees in Britain, but also in other parts of the world, because of the new role that Europe is playing, okay? And this is where I end. Francesca Bria recently has been calling this, interestingly, as digital sovereignty. I don't think that sovereignty is the right word. It's the word that takes us back to the time when supranational, the creation of a supranational entity was trying to overcome the kind of nationalist feelings when Europe was formed. But actually, digital sovereignty doesn't mean sovereignty of the old kind. It's a new kind of sovereignty that allows fundamentally to create a space in Europe where the means of the digital world can be shared and negotiated and used freely within a common market. And it's new, okay? I would say that what Europe is facing today is important because I think it represents an answer to quite a number of historical issues, such as the one that I'm looking at, and that takes us back to the time when fundamentally key aspects of the scientific enterprise that provide freedom were not available and are not available for a long time. I think what Europe is trying to do is to make those aspects of freedom available. And whether we'll succeed or not, I'm not sure. But it's interesting that it's probably the only supranational entity that is in a unique position to do that. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Don't go.
Yeah, questions.
Yes. Or it was such a strong message that it suppressed all the questions and answered it before they were even asked. Yes, Neki, or you're going with my, who is wishing to, yes, please there. A couple of minutes, it's okay.
So I'm going to ask, is there something that the European group of ISC could do to improve the way in which ISC operates as an international body? Am I correct in saying that you have given us a reason for doing so?
I think so. I mean, I'm very positive about the European group, exactly for some of the things I was saying. So in my picture, which is maybe naive, maybe too optimistic, I agree. But in my view, the European Union works really as a hub that allows us today to think differently about key issues such as, for instance, data management, which concerns science too. So if the European Union can manage to make those data hubs available, and within those data hubs, we start to create mechanisms for international collaboration in the sciences, then I think the European group of the ISC has really an amazing role to play as a kind of uniting element in these processes, in this kind of transformation. And I think in that respect, I would say there is a role that could play. I mean, I don't know, I'm talking naively as someone that doesn't know much about the European group anyway. But I mean, I'm seeing the positive impacts of that potentially, let's say that way.
Yeah, I can see the positive elements that are pushing countries to join Europe even more. And I can see the reasons for that fully. However, what's going on around in social era and in logical thinking, you know, there are more and more political forces that are really questioning what's going on and even agitating against directly, you know, against the model in Europe and such, and even in large countries, you know, founders of EU. So what do you think could be the development? Because I'm sincerely, I'm worried, you know, about what's going on. So what's your opinion?
So I mean, I didn't want to read because otherwise I was going to take too much time. But I mean, in my writing, it is difficult to see Europe clearly as I portrayed it in a time like this one, typified by massive tensions internationally, from the Middle East to Russia and Ukraine. And I realized that I'm kind of trying to invite you to go beyond that and to see about the ideals rather than the practices. And I mean, come on, hit me. I mean, yes, I'm talking about data, and Europe is doing a massive work in data. Europe is not doing enough at all. For instance, when we start to look at the movement of people, one of the the fifth freedom is about movement of people, and it's doing not enough. It actually is preventing the movement of people. So I accept the criticism, and I accept that I've been naive and very idealistic in my presentation.
Yeah, so thank you, very interesting. So first question concern an additional variable that I would like to add into the maps that very clearly show the increase in data exchange and where the data are stored, and concern demography. And so my point is, how do you see these 2-3 hotspots that are Europe, US, and China basically be normalized comparing to the future demographics? Because of course, that's an important point in the next 20 years where Africa will explode probably. And so how are we going to deal with this compared to the second variable is climate, because of course we cannot install servers or data centers in the desert, right? So a second question concern how much do you think that this imbalance between the north and the south is also depending on climate, which is something we cannot change basically?
So first answer. What is interesting is the network analysts, which are the ones that technically always drive any consideration about data, how networks work, how they evolve, how they change. They tend to talk of interdependence and how interdependence grows. So essentially, whoever is at the periphery always tends to depend on whoever is at the center. My naive and idealistic picture is trying to say, perhaps Europe can be a mechanism to change the interdependence processes that happen globally. Okay, because why? Because it's building this kind of what is being called the Euro stack, this idea of a structure that is diffused, but actually allows access to data in ways that has never been attempted before. I think it's experimental, it's very new, and it's very interesting, which goes to the second question. The Euro stack is thought of as a diffuse structure. So rather than having this kind of climate aggressive hubs that kind of capture data and they put it in places that are extremely problematic from the point of view of sustainability, the idea is to use Europe, create a diffuse structure. So something that doesn't impact environmentally as much as the other data structures that exist. All of this is very idealistic, and I'm an historian. I should look at all of this with a lot of skepticism, but I don't. What about populism? Now you're asking me too much.
It wins anyway.
Yes. Yeah. I think populism exists. I think I've showed you that it's not in the ideals behind what we think of when we think of the European Union. It's something exogenous to what we understand when we think of Europe, at least according to the Vento Verde Manifesto. All of you read the Vento Verde Manifesto. It's a great document.
I had a question. In fact, I am astrophysicist from Albania, and in fact, we don't have any difficulty to access the data of different data
for our scientific research. And my question is, what are the fields which you guess are more difficult to have access from small countries, or especially from Albania?
Okay, mine was obviously an holistic picture, and to take the holistic picture as an instrument, obviously. I mean, I know for sure that astrophysics, for instance, is one of those fields where there's a lot of sharing. The student that works with me that has carried out much of the scientometric analysis has investigated, for instance, astrophysics, nuclear physics, and the third field, I don't remember which one, and compare them in terms of differences in data sharing. And astrophysics is definitely something where there's plenty of sharing. Is obviously what I've been showing you is a kind of pictures, but yes, there's absolutely enormous differences between fields and disciplines when we talk of data.
Jūras, very short.
Very short. One maybe remark that in your talk, you sometimes talk about Europe and sometimes about European Union.
Okay,
because it's quite a different. If we exclude Switzerland, Norway, United Kingdom.
I apologize for the slippage. It wasn't in my written talk. Obviously, I was talking, trying to be quick because I was asked to kind of try to shorten the talk. So I made it shorter. And so obviously in that kind of collapsed. But I mean, I was very clear at one point that when we talk of Europe, we talk really about something that is very disputed. I think, I don't know who are here the people responsible for the Young Network Europe. Is anybody from the Young Network Europe? You circulated a very interesting edited collection when the people responsible for the Young Network Europe pointed out that Europe has always been reimagined. The notion of Europe is not a stable thing. It's been reimagined depending on geopolitical circumstances, trajectories. You can talk again of Western Europe, Eastern Europe, which are ultimately artificial terms, but they've been very relevant in a certain historical period like the Cold War. We come obviously today at the European Union, which is definitely not Europe, but is a political entity which has its own structures and obviously processes.
Thank you very much. Now it's time to push you away. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Yes, you deserve it. And so we are now switching to a remote presentation discussion, and the topic is now the role of disciplines in a healthy European research base. So the topic leader is Anna Mauranen. She's not English. She's professor of English philology, Dr. Honoris Causa, and which is unusual for scientists. She has been honored with the first-class Knight of the White Rose of Finland more than 10 years ago. Of course, she has been dean and vice president of the University of Helsinki. She's member of the Finnish Academy of Science and Letters and was vice president 2 years and president there also 2 years. So Anna, the screen is now yours for approximately 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to share it, but you're not seeing it, are you? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. So let me start less optimistically and in a lot...
Presentation mode.
Sorry?
Make it a presentation mode.
Yeah, I will. I'm just trying to get to that point. Yeah.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
All right. So I'm trying to, what I'm trying to do is look far less optimistically at more mundane questions, and but with a longer and more global perspective of history. Let's start with the question that we already touched upon in the previous discussion in the morning. What do you think, and you now must answer, how do people outside academia perceive different fields of science? What do people think is interesting to begin with? What is What are the most interesting disciplines? Come on. Come on, any guesses? What would you think? Ordinary people, that is, not scientists, because they would all say their own field. But I mean, like, what do you think they are? This is from a science barometer. No answers at all?
We can't distribute the microphone so rapidly. Sorry about that.
Astronomy.
Astronomy, somebody said? Mm-hmm. Other guesses?
Biology was told medicine.
Okay, astronomy was right. You'll never get the second one, not medicine. I'm just trying to make this work. You would never have guessed.
No.
No. Okay, so this is what people think is interesting about science. Astronomy and history. Right. Second question. What fields are the biggest recipients of donations? Oh, you must have some first-hand
Medicine and energy and
Religion.
medicine and energy. Not bad. The second you'll never guess. Again, yeah. People are more interested in a more in more surprising. I mean, ordinary people and people with money to give are more interested in things that we don't think about when we usually just talk to politicians and our own fields. Let's go back then to early disciplines as we might, where did discipline start? In other words, where did systematic research start? Because unlike the multitude of disciplines that we're now used to, research, or should I rather say the systematic pursuit of knowledge, because this is more like history of knowledge at this stage than history of science, originated in just a few fields of prime interest, and mostly in the first millennium BCE and outside Europe. So the amazing thing is that Plato and Aristotle were relatively late in the day. We like to think in our a European perspective that this is something that has always been there, and this is where science started. It's not true. Whereas what were the first disciplines, as it were, or fields of study, fields of systematic knowledge, were astronomy, medicine, and linguistics. They all started from applied questions, but without astronomy, you can't navigate for not for long periods of time. And if it isn't accurate, you'll never get anywhere. Medicine, obviously, you want to survive. You want to distinguish what's poisonous and what's delicious and what heals you and what kills you. And linguistics, that's a funny thing. It's about it was originally about the correct interpretation of holy texts, and it started with Sanskrit, and it was really long ago because the first systematic grammar ever written was that of Sanskrit. And it was way beyond anything that was being done in Europe. In many ways, it's just some of it was something that is only captured in modern linguistics, and it was really, really interesting. Whereas in Europe, we do have influential, and we do have our influential phases of history, of systematic research and science in Europe. And the fundamental influence was Aristotle's three types of knowledge. The episteme, theoretical or scientific, the techne, or episteme, the techne, craft and art, and technical, something that you know how to do, but it also included what we now think of as arts. And phronesis, a practical wisdom and ethical judgment, something that politicians ought to have a lot of and don't necessarily. But that aside, this was something that was really very influential in Europe. And research, as well as universities, which were different things, drew on these for centuries. Universities were not really sites of research for a very long time. Medieval universities were interesting, they were influential, and they were a great achievement, but they did not do research. Research was carried out in Europe as well, but not necessarily in universities. Therefore, the first Academy of Sciences meant a lot, and that was founded in Europe. It was the Royal Society in England. And what happened was that after certain historical events that I shall not go into, a group of natural philosophers made a deal with the new king who was coming in. And what they managed to get out of him was the endorsement of the organization, Royal Society. And he also granted royal protection to it, which was great, absolutely. So it had a special status. And most importantly, the society itself was left to define what science was, or at the time, experimental philosophy. It was natural philosophy or experimental philosophy, because the king did not apparently feel really quite competent enough to define what it is. So this was the first recognition of autonomy of science. Universities had had autonomy from the start, but they were not research institutions. So this was really important. And this is our European heritage, scientific autonomy. Well, the downside is, or maybe it's what we are talking about today as well, not necessarily only the downside. At the same time, these experimental philosophers were also expected to maintain utilitarian values for the benefit of the king and country, the king and the country. So the king and the nation state expected to benefit from it as well. So it did not come without any price at all on behalf of the scientists. All right, let's fast forward to a later development also in Europe, which was the research university. And this came out very much later, a couple of 100 years later, and it was now the German universities and German science that were really at the forefront between the mid-18th century and the mid-20th century science. And what the Germans seemed to do right was something that Wilhelm von Humboldt came up with. His idea was that the universities ought to be research-based. So this was his wonderful idea, that Germans ought to be kind of like trailblazers in developing a new kind of university, which was multidisciplinary, we so there was a very in Europe, the kind of like quintessential that the nation state, what in the, on the other hand, took care of you. This is what we all subscribe to now. I mean, all our best universities are research universities. So the idea of science for the good of humanity or humankind, which comprised the strong human sciences, the idea of the late 19th century in Europe. Well, the 19th century Europe then generally, also with regard to disciplines, it saw the identification and the rise of distinct disciplines, many of which were new. So this was the first time when many new disciplines came up. And interestingly, the term science, as well as the term discipline, were coined in the 19th century. So it was a far more modern phase of Europe, of science, than we had seen before. It was all transformed. After the Second World War, there was an explosion, a new explosion of disciplines, if we again fast forward to a key moment. So today we have a myriad of individual disciplines. The broad divisions are commonly made between natural and human sciences. I mean, this is the classic division, and we know it from C.P. Snow's The Two Cultures, which was pretty much like a polemical opinion piece that he wrote and published in various forms. But more seriously, in kind of like philosophy, von Wright's philosophical classic of explanation and understanding was a philosophical treatise of what is different between the kind of like natural sciences and the human sciences. And of course, causal explanation for him was the essence of natural sciences, and understanding something was for the human sciences. So, for example, we already touched upon the idea of populism and what that is doing to the reputation of science and popular thinking of science. Okay, it's easy to say that this is the case because we can read it in the newspapers all the time. But what I meant by kind of like actually trying to tease out it as a potential research topic was to think of it from the perspective of human sciences, trying to understand why this happens. Why do people want to take up certain ideologies rather than others, despite the evidence in front of them? But the question arises, we can always ask, is this still relevant today? Is it really important to think in terms of the two cultures, or make a kind of like a really fundamental division between those two kinds of sciences and disciplines? And I would argue that it is far less so today. Because since the Second World War, especially since the 1970s and 80s, the hybridization, hybridization tendency in the post-war period has meant both bifurcation and convergence of many disciplinary domains. So biochemistry, surprisingly, was post-Second World War. Cognitive science, much later, environmental science, again, as a science, it started a lot later than the environmental movement, and gerontology, which is also a multidisciplinary subject or field of study. So what we have is a mixture of different kinds of fields that we used to think are were separate and different and fundamentally different. What is interesting about these is that they ask new questions, and people have been saying that this is where the action is, this is where the future promised is, this is where the profits are made. Well, we shall see. But whether the kind of like innovations come more from these fields or not, clearly disciplinary developments have their own dynamics. And I'm soon, there's not an awful lot to talk about, but what happened was that, as we know, the currently leading locus of research lies across the Atlantic. It's the United States. And the interesting thing is that it was Humboldt's university idea that was imported by Americans. So Johns Hopkins University became the first American research university. And it was fairly soon after the Humboldtian University in Germany. It was just thought of as a brilliant idea, but they took it up seriously in the States. And others, of course, soon followed suit. So we know of the most famous universities in the US, and many of them are, and they are all kind of like research universities. From the 1930s already, the US universities began to attract researchers from other countries because the research university developed very fast there, and they put in a lot of money. In the post-war era, this then became a worldwide trend, and now everybody, and since then, everybody has wanted to go to the US. What happened, though, was a new trend as well. From the 1970s, and most likely under American influence, not European, the ideology of marketization of research and universities has expanded, even conquered the Western world, and even conquered them, the Western world, replacing the 19th century and even 20th century nation-state ideology. And this is what we were talking about in the morning, largely, the way that we had already internalized it. However, Aristotelian and Humboldtian ideas live on in the US, especially in the liberal arts concept, which is something that C.P. Snow very much admired, because I mean they don't make kind of like because everybody knew about something about other kinds of disciplines as well as their own kind, as it were. So it's the mixture of the natural sciences, social sciences, arts, and humanities, and something that is kind of like the foundational starting point in the US, still in very many places, and sometimes adopted now back to the like adopted to certain ambitious European universities. This is what happens, that you want to mix understanding in these different fields, in these different disciplines, to develop new disciplines. So the final question, which disciplines do we need? And here I'm quoting Werner Heisenberg. What we, and his classic way of putting it, what we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning. And I think inevitably we need it follows that we need as many angles to observing reality as we can muster. Therefore, it is not in the interest of the scientific community to construct or kind of like assess or rank disciplines and give them different values, but to support the development of all disciplines as the dynamics of research responds to changing societal contexts. And I'm not going to further to societal context, but I think that this is important. We must respond to the contexts as they are and make the best out of them by a multiplicity of perspectives. This is a truly European way. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Anna. A very clear and concise and meaningful presentation. I think that we should postpone questions to the post-coffee break time when there is time for discussion and questions. And we should at least now move a bit further. And why we have to shrink a little bit all sections of this session. We have to complete at 5:30 here because the bus for dinner will depart from Academy at 6 o'clock, and I'm afraid sharp. So those who are on very heavy diet, of course, they may skip the dinner, but I don't recommend that. Dinner here in Albania is, say, it's an adventure. So we move on. The next introductory presentation will be about science as a public good, a European view, and given by Geoffrey Boulton, who is a Regius Professor of Geology. So you see how wide range of disciplines is represented here. He has been a member of the UK Prime Minister's Council for Science and Technology, etc., and he's a fellow of the Royal Society of London, the Royal Society of Edinburgh, so a multiple academician. Geoffrey, you're welcome.
So I had a stroke some while ago, and my voice isn't quite what it was. Occasionally, my words somehow roll themselves into each other. So if anyone doesn't understand, please put your hands up. No one will be embarrassed. I won't be embarrassed. So ISE was created in its present form in 2019 from, as you know, ICSU largely focusing on the natural sciences and the International Social Science Union focusing on the social sciences. It's still a work in progress, and therefore we shouldn't necessarily assume that the ISC that we have now is the ISC that we want. And indeed, the activities of this group ought to be, might be, could be influential in helping to determine how it should evolve. Go to the next slide, please. Oh, I can do this, can't I? Yes, of course. The ISC has taken as its vision science as a global public good, and its mission as the global voice for science. But actually, science as a global public good has a precise meaning. It doesn't mean what's good for people, because science arguably isn't necessarily good for people. Atom bombs, ecological and climate change, the potential threats of AI, science has the capacity to create great evil as well as create good. Extracting the good is up to us as citizens and as scientists. What it actually means is that it's free at the point of contact. Public goods are things like roads, free education, an honest police force. They're the basis of most private goods, but it basically means that we collaboratively, as taxpayers, pay our taxes, and as individuals, we can reap benefit by having those things as free things. Science is not a public good. It isn't because the principal output of science, which is what we publish, is not accessible to the general public who ultimately have funded our work. Our students, for example, they may have access whilst they're students to the best of our knowledge and understanding as it proceeds, but as soon as they graduate, they're cut off immediately from access to further output from the science community, except those who are going on to study PhDs. The thing that prevents science being a public good is the fact that these well-known publishers, commercial publishers, make enormous profits, greater than Google or any other tech enterprises, and are unlikely to relinquish those profits unless the scientific community takes action. So making science into a public good is going to take hard work. At the moment, it isn't a public good. It's as simple as that. And it ought to be. Our graduates leave university with a great perspective of what the future might hold, what nature and society might be. What do? We take the map away from them immediately. It's quite wrong and quite mistaken. The mission of ISC is to be the global voice for science. Now, how many of your members as an academy, or how many members of your colleagues in universities doing research know what ISC is? Certainly in mine, there are very, very few that actually know about ISC's existence. If no scientists know about it, and no politicians know about it either, then how can it be the global voice for science? So in consequence, my first conclusion is that the International Science Council is work in progress. And the question for us, quite simply, as members of the European group, the International Science Council, is can we do anything to change that? So can we have actually I can turn this on, can't I? Very good. Yes. Just let me. I wonder, could you help me? Thanks. Marvelous. So this is why do back to basics? Why do governments fund science? Well, they fund it, as we've heard earlier today, to support economic growth through technology and knowledge transfer. They fund it to provide workable policy options. The work, for instance, in medicine, but research in medicine, but medicine and the social setting which medicine is deployed is very much about finding policy options that work. And the third element is what I've called here to create a scientific temper in society. As you'll hear tomorrow from one of the things that ISC has been doing, or one of the things that we have been doing as a management group, is to create a paper about what we mean by a scientific temper. And my fundamental question is, do they really want these things? Those three styles of state, the liberal democracy, the illiberal democracy, and the autocracy, are supposed to be one above the other. In a liberal democracy, in principle at least, we might suppose that all those three objectives are desirable. In autocracy, it's extremely unlikely that autocrats want citizens to understand what's going on. You're more likely to be put in jail if you want to make that understanding in those settings. And one of the problems, of course, is at the present day, is that we appear to be slipping down a slope from liberal democracies towards illiberal democracies, of which we have now 2 or 3 in Europe, and some developing that way, including my own, and with potentially the outcome that autocracy might be the outcome. Of course, people like autocracies in principle, though not in practice. They like the idea of the great man who will solve all the problems just like that because he has this magical quality called leadership. Well, actually, Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong had leadership in Spain, and look what happened there. Next slide, please. So this is Nehru, the first Prime Minister of independent India, and his view of what he meant by a scientific temper in society. The search for truth and new knowledge, the refusal to accept anything without testing and trial, the reliance on observed fact and not preconceived theory. It's what one of the founders of the US Constitution called the knowledge that society needs to sustain democracy. Indeed, democracies without what we might call a scientific temper are not supportable. Next slide, please. So what are the trends in the landscape of information? And I apologize for this superimposition. First of all, social media in particular have produced these extraordinary bubbles of certainty whereby it's possible to think many, many things in different parts of society about the same topic. Politicians and parliaments have derided social cohesion is reduced. The last report of the World Economic Council was the primary danger to the global economic system is the loss of social cohesion. Science, and one of our politicians in the UK have just said this, science is merely an opinion amongst other opinions. I hope that none of us believe that's in reality. And global collaboration and the rules-based system has been failing. Now, as it happens, one of the ways in which ISC has been operating is focusing on the current rules-based system, talking to the UN, talking to UNDP, the development program, talking to the World Bank, just at the moment that these organizations are losing their strength simply because major bodies that should support them are failing to support them. The ISC is, in a sense, misplacing the voice of science by making it a whisper to bodies such as that are currently failing. Somehow, how do we recover that voice for science? Next slide, please. ISC has developed some regional focal points. And Vanessa, who is sitting in the corner over there somewhere, she's still there. No, she isn't. She's over here. Sorry, Vanessa. Wrong, Vanessa. She's over here. She's ISC's chief scientist, and she will be telling us about this. But my interpretation of the focal points that ISC has developed are primarily there to promote the way in which ISC as a body, as a centralized body, thinks of science. My question to you is that what we would like to do, simply to promote ISC and its activities within Europe? Or do we want to suggest from a European perspective what we think ISC should be doing? Next slide, please. So these are some issues for the sorts of things that a European group might want to do. And what I hope is that we will discuss these things in questioning. And indeed, the contributions that Simone and Anna made earlier are highly relevant to this. Do we want to discuss how the priorities as we see them ought to be sustained and promoted with ISC? Or do we want to primarily consult with things like what are our dues going to be? Do we agree or don't we agree with the strategic plan? And rather than acting as a series of separate academies, act together in providing a European group on what are very practical matters of organization on the large scale. Second question in my mind, although this is rather a second order issue, is do we want to have things running through the year? Do we want to have intersessional activities, or do we want to have our opinions and views somehow encapsulated as a consequence of the annual meeting that we have? Next slide, please. So the questions are: how should we choose a topic contained within the annual meeting, or chosen as an intersessional topic? should we choose topics on the basis of things that are currently of interest? One of the issues that the management group has suggested, the rationale behind both the interventions from Simone and Anna, was the extent to which scientific freedom should be an important issue. I would say that scientific freedom and responsibility, those two things go together. You can't have one without the other. And the last thing here is what we mustn't do is forget that ALIA, ESAC, Science Europe, and other such bodies act on a strictly European basis. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't repeat what they're already doing. Our role ought to be to promote onto an international scale what it is that Europe has to contribute, whether that's through suggesting our strategies ought to be amended, or whether it's how we believe Europe should take up major issues. And I think that's my last slide. Is that right? Yes, it is. I finished. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Okay. There is still time for a couple of quick questions. We shall have some time for questions also after coffee break. We have now used up coffee break time, but I hope very much that the coffee is still there waiting for us. If there are no urgent questions, let's try to pack the coffee break into maximum 20 minutes and reconvene here at 16:15 in 20 minutes exactly. Okay, good. Thank you. And what I forgot, I have printed out a few copies of opinion pieces and draft proposals connected to today's topic, and they will be distributed next to the coffee table.
It's already 1:15. So only the toughest people remained. So I will invite the roundtable participants and invite Neki Frashëri. He will come, but it's not here. So should we wait a few minutes? So, please, waiting for you. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, only the toughest people remained till the last roundtable discussion. So I must moderate that. I got a huge duty. And I must inform all participants that we must finish 10 minutes to 5. And this is very important because I remind you what Tarmo told. At 6 p.m. 00 is the bus which will take us to the dinner. So please do not be late. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 remote speakers from Spain and from Finland. They have been already introduced. So I will not do that. And 2 colleagues sitting here already also have been introduced. But Neki Frashëri, please introduce yourself.
My name is Neki Frashëri. I am graduated in mathematics. and some qualification in computer engineering, working mostly on application of mathematics and system engineering, teaching part of my career, and now I am the head of a section for natural and technical sciences of the Academy of Science. This is in few words my career. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I suggest, after so many talks, and I hope that from Spain and Finland you heard all the talks. So now I would like to ask, because we have 5 roundtable participants, each one short 2-3 minutes. What's your main ideas which you came after so long day of discussions? So please, we will start maybe with remote participants. So in order of presentation, first will be from Spain. So dear colleague, please.
Okay. I wanted to comment about the 2 points raised by Geoffrey in his presentation. It's about the ISC view of science as a public good. The problem is that the politicians may think that science is knowledge, and knowledge enables to develop innovative technology, so they don't want to share your science with others. So this is a problem. Other problem is that some politicians want to keep people ignorant, so they don't promote science being accessible to every citizen either, which is one of the rights of any citizen in the world. Finally, there are politicians who simply don't believe in science, and we have many examples, unfortunately, today. Concerning the second point, the voice, the IEC wants to be the voice of science. I agree with Geoffrey's comments. Most scientists do not know what the IEC is. And of course, ordinary people know even less. So these are the 2 main problems that International Science Council faces today.
Thank you very much. Next one, I would like to ask if we started from remote participants. Dear Anna, please.
Thank you, Jūras. What I started thinking about after all these talks was largely the kind of like European exceptionalism that is still kind of like fairly prevalent, so that we think that we are particularly great in science and in a lot of other ways in the world, which is no longer the case. And I think that it makes us really, it kind of like necessitates some kind of like rethinking of Europeanness. And I very much liked Geoffrey's point about the ISC. I don't think that like some kind of like a household term in kind of like any part of the world. But I think that what we can do as a European group of this kind of like huge global organization is to kind of like mediate between the European perspective and present the good that we have to offer and receive what the rest of the world has to offer us. And I think that this sort of dialogue makes us unique in Europe, but also important in the global section, kind of like a context. And this was very much in the ISC general meeting way back in February, that in fact Europe has a lot to offer in terms of its experiences, but it should not be too self-confident beyond any reason. Am I being too pessimistic? Anyway, I do think that we have a great future. We have a great past and we have a great future. Well, we're not being all that wonderfully great at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, turn for Simone. Please, use microphone. Yeah, it's switched on.
So, I entirely agree with Anna about what she writes about, what she's saying about European exceptionalism. I think if there is something unique about Europe and the Europeans, is exactly that what I've called the kind of supranational experiment was born out of years, decades, centuries of conflict, of colonialism, of imperialism, which is what is the background of Europe as a group of nations that have been constantly fighting against each other. Historically, this is what it is. And I think when we think of a political entity that attempts to overcome that, we start to see that exceptionalism. So the being exceptionally horrible of Europeans to be actually an historical lesson that is producing something positive and unique. I mean, I think this is what historically would be interesting to explore a little bit more. Moving on from the kind of abstract historical level to the more pragmatic level of talking about ISC issues and concerns. I mean, what I've heard today made me think two combined things. The first, there's a lot to be listening rather than proposing, as in being here and listening what, for instance, a lot of colleagues from small European countries have been telling us would mean that actually what the European group should be doing is actually to listen even more and start asking what it is that you want, what it is that you need, what it is that you think this group could do for you. So rather than just take the lead in proposing, actually being in a responsive mode, in a sense. And secondly, I mean, from what we've been looking at, there's a lot of, I think, work that could be done at the level of understanding a little bit more about infrastructures that produce science, what these infrastructures are lacking of, what they need, especially as we move into a process of enlargement that includes other states, other nations, and which obviously have massive imbalances in terms of infrastructures and needs.
Okay. Thank you. Now, according to the sitting order, Geoffrey, please.
Well, I suppose the important thing for this discussion is to establish whether there are any big issues on which we can converge, rather than simply throwing up new ones, of which there are many. One thing that struck me quite forcibly today is that the European members of ISC are very, very different. So there are the big countries, the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Scandinavia, I daren't talk about with Anna here, then the Balkan countries, Poland, Hungary, Luxembourg. It's actually quite a broad collection. And the priorities that we heard earlier today, this morning, from very much the Balkan states, were quite different from the priorities that you hear in Paris, London, or Berlin. Very different. And the question is that relevant? And the answer is it might be, because one of the interesting things that emerged today was the issue which I hadn't thought about before, and that's the way in which in the Balkan countries, many countries lose their best scientists elsewhere. Europe ought to be, if Europe can't get that right, then almost no one could. When I was involved in the UK efforts to get back into European funding, and what our government didn't understand, why we wanted to get back. They thought it was all about money. We kept telling them, no, it's not about money. It's about people. They didn't believe us. That we have, over the years, developed links with, frankly, excellent mathematicians from Hungary, good physicists, very good physicists from North Italy, and so on and so on. And it's those links we didn't want to break. Now, the European Commission, most recently, has, of course, been developing this idea of a pan-European university. If you actually look at the links that are connected, most of the links are so-called high-profile, high-level, research-based university links. And in fact, very few of them cover this whole range of institutions, which are quite different, but are complementary. So, for example, wouldn't it be interesting, or might it be possible for Albania not to lose its best young scientists because they happen to be collaborating with an extremely well-equipped laboratory somewhere in Hamburg? In other words, as an academic, my sense always is you always collaborate with someone who's better than you are. That's the way to do it. And actually, if somehow it were possible to create what the European Commission clearly wants to do, and for us as a European group, or as somebody within Europe, to suggest that Europe could create a context in which Albania and Germany could coexist as scientific countries, whereby each one developed their science in different ways, but the quality of people that were available to them were shared. So it seems to me that can we utilize diversity to our benefit? Now, the question is that relevant to ISC? Well, it might be, because the question then arises, could Europe, within a developed model, be a model for the rest of the world? Because if you compare, let's say, the problems that the world has seen from Dar es Salaam, from the world has seen from Paris, they're totally different in scientific concerns. I've been very familiar in the region of scientific publishing. If you happen to be at the Sorbonne, modern commercial publishing is difficult, but you can live with it. If you happen to be in Dar es Salaam, it's a disaster and you can't. And somehow doing something about that global disproportion is a key issue. I think also Simone identified another key issue: Europe-centric. My sins chair academic council at Heidelberg in Germany, and they've just developed a program with African universities, and it's it's Heidelberg, Zimbabwe, Heidelberg, Kenya. And the question the Heidelberg academics ask is, how can we help the poor Zimbabweans and Kenyans? And I pose the question, how can the Kenyans and Zimbabweans help you? And they were shocked beyond belief. Europe does go abroad with an extraordinary sense of superiority. We tend to go to Africa and we say, we've thought of this idea. Would you like to join us? Rather than saying, please discuss with us whether there's something we can do together. And I think, again, that's one of the things that the ISE could do, somehow to try to help to create, to produce creative relationships, which is not just one-sided, but two-sided. So those are my two, I think.
Thank you. And Neki, now it's your turn.
Thank you. I may focus on two issues. First has to do with the concept of defense of Earth-on-Alliance. I have heard about more than 20 years ago from people from Economic School of London. It is the problem when we copy the solutions from one country to another. From a natural point of view, we live in a universe, but in society, it is a multiverse. Things are quite different. So the challenge I see in this direction is that from one side, we want to integrate, and from the other side, we need to take into consideration specifics of different countries or different communities. And it is not easy. The second has to do with the concept of trust in science. Somehow this topic sounds to me like a product of postmodernism. For a lot of reasons, a huge part of the population is losing trust in science. And from my perspective, one reason is that media is playing a negative role because they try to publish things that do affect without caring if it's negative or positive effect. Sometimes those problems became part of a political war, but those are out of our power. One issue that I would like to mention here is the problem of education, that we deal every day with it. How we teach the science, especially in the pre-university levels. If we explain only the top of the iceberg that is over the water, and we give to the children no idea what is under the water, it is not a surprise that earlier or later some of them will try to think in a critical way and will have problems. If you go outside and ask people what they know about Darwin, and taking one example, for sure we will have heard a very simple answer. He was a stupid guy who did a travel around the world, got enlightened in Galapagos, and invented that humans came from monkeys. Where is the problem? The problem is that we don't teach the history of science. If you open text of histories, very little attention is on science. If we open text of physics or mathematics or biology, we may find a lot of scientific truth, but very little about the history. And this gives us a wrong image for the science. It seems like an invention of some clever people. That is, thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to ask from the room who have questions. Feel free to ask. The panelists are all here, from Spain to Finland, to whole Europe. If it's no questions, I will ignite the discussion. Simone, you told that Europe is one of the leaders for discussion. If you count the Nobel Prize winners, United States are the number one, especially in the last 10, 15 years. If you count the highly cited publications, China will be the leader in few years. So Europe is becoming the, I would say, for discussion, the third thought region. So China is doing very advanced science, United States, they are doing, of course, with now political issues and cutting the financing in the United States, it can change. So that's one discussion issue. Another discussion issue is what Manuel told in the first talk, mathematics. And it's a very strong correlation because we want all innovations, new products, very good things. And I think Dutch investigation showed that if you compare PISA, that's school children, 15 years old, how they know mathematics and country innovation index, it's very strong correlation. The countries with higher mathematics knowledge, they are more innovative, especially today when we have IT technologies and all these things. Nobody was talking here about quantum computing. This era is also coming. Sooner or later, it will be. So a lot of issues. And with that, we come to our main question, which was in the morning, how the small countries, which have limited number of researchers, can find these diamonds and be strong globally in some fields. It's not possible to be strong in all fields for small country, but for some fields. So please, questions, comments? Yeah, please.
Mine wasn't a point about a European leader. It was a point, and I'm sorry if I suggested that, obviously it wasn't intended. What I intended to show was that Europe is a dense pole of network connections. And obviously one can say, is it the first, the second, the third? Doesn't really matter. It was more about how being that dense pole of network connections across the world would work if Europe was going to develop some kind of science policy which is different, alternative to what we see happening in the United States and to a large extent in China, which is all about competitiveness. How if Europe utilizes the resources it has as a node of solidarity and cooperation in the sciences in ways that would be, in a sense, alternative to what we know is the kind of climate of scientific competition existing in the world. That's all. That was the provocation, in a sense.
Thank you. So, questions? Yeah, please.
Sure, if this is a question or just a comment, but maybe I can sort of add also on what you just said. I can add that at least in my field, which is life sciences, we know that half of all publications in life sciences come from China. So it's not just the citations, are really the products. So the publications. So we are already there. It's not, so China is already half of all publications. Also in European journal, I don't know, AMP journals, for example, half of the publication of last year are from Chinese groups. Okay, so this I think makes a lot on the table to think. And I think here, so that's also one point I want to share, is that we are not talking about where we already are with AI and on all skills that already are not really required by scientists. So for example, again, from my field, computational biologists, they are writing in computer languages, in R, Python, so on and so forth. And people that are trained in IT, they don't write codes by themselves anymore. So they use ChatGPT and the Gemini and other for doing their work. So my point here probably is, can we sit down as Europeans, given our history that compared to at least the US is for sure much richer and older, and think to put some efforts on thinking. So I think that we as European develop their thinking models that we are using now for innovation and so on and so forth. And it's known that with AI, the skills that will be required are not the older skills, but are how to prompt. So how to teach the AI to do our cognitive work, because AI is doing our cognitive work better than we do. So this, to me, says that probably we have to sit down and go back as European thinking at how we think, because AI cannot properly think, can just do cognitive work, which may also be very high cognitive work. So can we think as Europeans to give a contribution on the core of our European beings, which means to understand, is there a new way of thinking that we as European, we can discuss to offer to the world in a world that is becoming an AI-based world. So I don't know if it's a bit complex, but basic and also abstract probably. But my point is to go back to the very high level of higher education, which is to teach the students how to think in the sense, in the framework that you use for thinking, because they will need these skills to understand how AI is working and how to correctly prompt an AI. So you know what I mean. So I don't know if we can do that rather than thinking of using our political frameworks such as democracy and these things that are, I think, in this period, hot potatoes. So why don't we try to go ahead? So to look even further. Sorry for being so long.
Thank you. So to make the brains. So please, now, Anna.
Thank you very much. I quite agree that we should embrace, in Europe, we should embrace the AI, but my point is that that's not necessarily unique. I mean, this is what everybody's doing in the world today. Whereas what I'm really interested in is how to make use of the human resources that Europe has. Because as the old saying in, I think it's an old English saying that goes, there are as good fish in the sea as ever came out of it. In other words, there's a lot of talent around, and they're not necessarily in the central countries, in those countries that have been recognized as being the central countries, but all over Europe. I thought that in the morning, it was really nice to hear the Albanian perspective. And it was very similar to the experience in Montenegro 2-3 years ago, where we kind of could see the less central countries and with their issues. I also think that while China is really leading the publication rate, no question about it, and they also publish a lot in Chinese. Well, it's really an empire, and it's a very well organized and a very well resourced empire. It will take care of itself. We don't have to worry about making use of Chinese unused talent, I don't think. Whereas I think that European backwaters are really important. And I also buy the idea of Africa, because Africa is not terribly well organized. set very great store on our collaboration with some African countries when I was the president of our university for international collaboration. And I thought that it was really important to engage with all the talent and all the interesting questions, issues that are not known to us very well that they have in Africa. And of course, it turned out that it was a very good idea in some ways, because zoonotic diseases, for example, that we suffered from during the pandemic were particularly important during the virus recent pandemic outbreak. So I think that it's really important to collaborate with the less obvious regions and the less obvious places, because there is a lot of talent there, lots of new issues, and there's a lot to learn.
Thank you. Manuel?
Yes, by the way, I am in China today, so and I can say that they are very aware that they had to improve the quality of the research and the publications, but so they are investing a lot of money just to improve this quality. But I would like to say something in defense of Europe. We have, for instance, sometimes we don't appreciate what Europe is representing in science. For instance, we have examples of collaboration with the rest of the world. For instance, FAIR, or the International Center for Theoretical Physics in Trieste, and the network of telescopes and radio telescopes in La Palma, and many other examples. So Europe represents something in science in the world. And also an example of cooperation is this all the European effort of the nations in the European Union just to participate jointly in the funding of science. The European Research Council, the Marie Curie program is open to everyone. The consortiums. I think that these things should be more appreciated, because we don't find these things in other regions of the world.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a moment. We are running out of time, as it is usual. That's why I wanted to ask. I got the permission. Great. So at the end, I will ask each one of panel participants to say a few sentences. So because there are 5 of you, so each one will have 1 minute. So Geoffrey, you want to start? Please, microphone.
So we've been talking at a very high level, and we absolutely need to bring the discussion down to earth by having a view of how the European group might operate. Because if we don't, by the end of this meeting, my view is we're finished, actually. And I think it's because the big academies will decide they're going to run this group. So I think it's very timely that we should now have a view, and inputs from the group around sitting here are really important. I mean, we have got I think 45 seconds so far. We have got a paper here, which is generated by, I think, by Anna, on scientific freedom, and which was almost certainly generated as a consequence of the things that are happening in the US. But not only there, of course, because we're all aware that similar trends are to be found elsewhere, and somehow science needs to find its voice. But I would say that scientific freedom needs to have a responsibility too. And the responsibilities, I think, are threefold. Firstly, we must sort out publication. It's a mess. Globally, it's a disgrace. Secondly, we must do our science well. At the moment, we don't. Data isn't normally accessible as a norm for published work, and it must be. If it isn't, you're just not doing science. And thirdly, and this relates to China more than anywhere else, the amount of junk science, junk paper, junk data is extraordinary and growing, and ChatGPT is behind it all. And somehow ISE is going to have to get to grips with this. And I would certainly take the view that if this group could send a strong message to ISE saying, we think that freedom and responsibility ought to be a major issue for you. We happen to have a committee, as it happens, called the Committee for Freedom and Responsibility in Science, who are looking apparently for their next piece of work. I suspect we might have something for them. So,
thank you. Thank you. Now, few sentences, not more. So, Simone, please.
I think Jeff said already what needed to be said, and he talked for 2 minutes rather than one. So is my minute, 1 minute is mine.
Thank you. Neki?
Regarding the question, that we have to think in a new way. My opinion in actual situation, first we have to think what will be the impact of artificial intelligence to the way the people and the children think. So it is not a simple situation.
If it was simple, it was already solved. We all dealing with very complicated tasks. In mathematics, it's a term, ill-posed problem. So when you do not have boundary conditions or whatever, it's ill-posed problem, it's very difficult to find the solution. So if we go to mathematics, Manuel, few sentences.
A few sentences. Europe should improve the education system and help to regions like Africa to improve its education system. Education is the key.
Thank you. I completely agree with Manuel. Education is the key or cornerstone, or how you call it, but it's most important thing. Anna, please.
Having suggested the topic of academic freedom as a particularly European kind of agenda, I would say that this is, I would just like to support my own idea by saying that it is something that is really part of our glorious past. Our past is not as glorious as we would like to think. We were not the first ones to embrace science or develop it, but we were the first to kind of like understand multidisciplinarity and the academic freedom. And I'm quite happy to add the responsibility, which we're not always good at, to that, as Geoffrey was suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very important topic. I can agree that all research, or mainly biggest part of research, is done from the public money. Society is paying. And academic freedom is one side of the coin. Another side of the coin is responsibility, how you use this money, how you spend. So it's really important issue. And Geoffrey, would you like to tell now, or because next session, you are the moderator and you will give the talk. So up to you. Few sentences now. No, we already run out of our time, but you as moderator, you will have your time. Okay. Yeah, just now. So I am finishing my duty now. Let's thank the speakers. Thank you very much. I was very bad moderator. I took 8 minutes extra. My apologies. So thank you very much. Thank to all participants.
Jūras was by 2 minutes better than me as moderator. But yes, we are now arriving the part of day which is called first general discussion, and there stands the name of moderator Geoffrey Boulton, and then there is a section called summary of proposed actions. So we decided to organize this way that it will be kind of session jointly moderated by Geoffrey and Vanessa McBride. The point is that it doesn't really matter what we decide here. It matters how our decisions will be recognized and picked and taken on board. And Vanessa is the science director of International Science Council. So she has the very best overview of what ISC Global is doing and what might be necessary and what might be feasible from our works to use in the ISC work. So anyway, I understand that they have agreed between themselves something about which I don't know anything. So I hand over the floor to Geoffrey and Vanessa, and 22 minutes. That's okay?
It's better. The most important thing now is not for me to say any more. I've said enough, I think, but for Vanessa to be the backstop to pick up whatever we have to say and fold it into an ISE shape. But I think the first step is that we need contributions now from the floor. There's a gentleman back there who's holding something that looks like a microphone. Is that a microphone? Good.
Works? It works?
Yep.
Today is spoken a lot about asymmetry of science development. And this issue especially is addressed to the small countries like Albania or neighbor countries. And it has two sides. One is what the countries are doing, what kind of investments, how much money invest, etc. But on the other side, my question deals with the EU. There is another approach to be adopted in order, as EU is helping countries to be member of the EU on the sector of science, what they are doing, or they should adopt a new approach in order to diminish this difference, this asymmetry that exists for the small countries like Albania. We share the same lakes, the same rivers, the same seas, and we could have a lot of projects together. And I think that there are good reasons, because we sharing these tourists from EU comes in Albania and enjoy the beauties, but at the same time enjoy the problems that we have here concerning environment. And in this case, I think that this environment is not only for Albanians, is also for the European people. I will bring a few examples. We have in Vlora a hotspot, historical hotspot, that is close, is in Adriatic and the Ionian Sea. And should we have projects together to make some assessment concerning the impact of this historical hotspot, etc. I could mention several, but I think that the possibilities exist. But if we will continue in the same way, I believe that such asymmetry will
will continue to exist in the future as well. Thank you.
If I can comment quickly, I think that a Europe-only study, interesting though it might be, would not be for ISC. It's about Europe and nowhere else. On the other hand, I mean, several years ago, don't forget that the Europe of science that's been created is because of the pre-existence of a Europe of economies. And our economies are bound together, which makes it possible for us to have our science bound together. In Africa, I think about 4 years ago now, there was signed off the Africa, I forget what it was called, it was the Economic Union. And it was signed off by the African Union, but it was within the African Union context. For 30, 40 years, they've been talking about it. In fact, nothing's happened since then. But it strikes me that Europe could be a model for Africa. So in a sense, it becomes an ISC sort of issue. If we could say that the European model of economic integration followed by scientific interaction has been an effective one for Europe, with evidence why we believe that's the case. And certainly, I think from the perspective of the, if you like, the better off parts of Europe, the ones with more powerful science bases, they have all of them benefited from interactions. But I suspect the same is also true for smaller countries. So going back to the lady over there, the data would be crucial. And I think the question we'd ask of ISC is, could that be could it be a useful model that we could deploy in the ISC direction? And simply as a question. And if I can look to Vanessa to pick that up if she has time to do it.
So what are you asking, Geoffrey? If the data...
Is there a European model that ISC might want to pick up?
I think yes and no, because, I think the philosophy is that, all of the regions should learn from each other. And maybe, as you said earlier, just as other regions might pick up some of the ideas to learn from in the European context, there might be some good practices happening in other contexts as well. It actually strikes me to bring up, I think, the regional focal point in Asia and the Pacific, which is in some ways have some similar issues. They have some very strong economies in the region, and then they have quite a lot of these small island developing states. So again, looking at, quite a disparate group of countries. And then maybe I can just go, Geoffrey, and talk a bit about the pros and cons of a regional focal point model for Europe, or do you think?
Well, let's leave that till a little later. Let's just finish off by another 5 or 6 minutes on issues, comments on the floor. We absolutely do need your input, so please. We've had one comment so far. Normally, if I stare very hard at someone, wouldn't you care to comment from her? Do we have the...
I mean, I don't have much to say. Maybe you can just give me time.
Okay, so are there any other comments from anyone who... Anyone is free to comment. No, he's always had to be.
I will serve as a microphone man.
You have the microphone. Would you like to comment? What then shall we do is the question.
Oh dear, I can pass microphone to anyone who wish.
Over there.
No, it's just maybe a point of clarification, but also something that perhaps could, be seen as being something at the heart of the European exceptionalism as in when we talk, for instance, about the various programs within Horizon, we're talking about something that typically is being open horizontally across the whole of the spectrum. So, you know, if you see that there's a topic there that is worth pursuing, you could go and kind of set up right now, right? I mean, certainly you could apply as a Marie Curie fellow, but maybe that's not what you want to do. But then, for instance, there's plenty of programs within the European Research Council, within the Horizon program, that are accessible, as in people. And I think this is a characteristic of what has been the process of European integration across various enlargement processes, as in every country that joins is immediately part of the Horizon program, and being part of the Horizon program gives that right. Now, I'm not saying that that's the panacea and asymmetries will disappear. Obviously, countries that have a long tradition of science making will have opportunities to present grants that will be much higher than other countries. But it's a starting point. It's a move towards removing, well, not remove, reducing, not remove, reducing the asymmetries, I think, right? So the Horizon program is an example, I think, where you start to see that those processes being put in place.
Any more comments? I'll then now pass it over to Vanessa. Vanessa is has been now for almost 2 years. Is it 2 years? 2 years, the scientific director of ISC. I mentioned when I gave a talk earlier that I think ISC, like most things, is work in progress. I mean, we've had for 3 years and will be another year to go, a president who has been very hands-on, with a very clear idea of what he believes is needed for the organization. The next president, I suspect, is a rather different character, and rather like governments, the way they move from one to the next. The next government might look rather different from the current one. We shall see. But I think what is important is there should be a continuing flow of ideas into ISC so that they're aware the sorts of issues that are arising. Whether we've been sufficiently talkative, I'm not sure. But Vanessa, could you tell us what you think we might best concern ourselves with from here on?
Probably I can't tell you that because it's really up to you. And I mean, it's up to the ISC to kind of accommodate the members that way. I mean, I do think there's a place for the ISC, obviously, to have these regional voices, especially from Europe. So we're happy to figure out the best way to support that voice coming in. One of the ways I can imagine doing it is through our kind of 4-year strategic planning progress. So we're on this kind of 4-year cycle now between general assemblies. And we're really looking at running, you know, kind of a rigorous horizon scanning and then an input from members planning process. And maybe that's an area where we should look to accommodate a regional focus as well as individual member inputs, which is currently all that we accommodate in that regional, in the strategic planning. So that's one way to do it. And then maybe just to go back to your point, Geoffrey, from earlier, you were saying that the ISC has invested quite a bit of effort in being the global voice at the multilateral level. And that is true. I think over the last sort of 4-year period, you've seen this kind of investment in time and effort at the UN level. We're seeing that starting to pay off. I think it's been in terms, I would say it's in terms of being requested to provide input now. So if that's an area that European members are keen to, you know, have their voices channeled into that level, that's something we can also think about. Or of course, if there's a totally different idea from the European membership about what we should and shouldn't be doing, then we're also happy to listen to that. And then maybe the final point Am I talking too much?
No, you're fine.
Okay. I'm sure Geoffrey will tell me to stop when it's time. No. I think the final point was to think a little bit about the difference between the kind of coordinated membership voice that you provide as you are from the European members, and what the difference is between a regional focal point. And maybe I'll give you my perspective on it. So I think the regional focal point model seems to be to almost coordinate those regions in the world where there's not such an active ISE membership. And so it's to try and, it's almost like an ISE presence in those regions to try and help coordinate those members, which is maybe not the case in Europe, because you guys are here meeting today. You are a very active membership. And in a way, I think the regional focal point, last year when I came to this meeting, actually, it was quite refreshing to see how open and in a way critical the European members were of what the ISE was doing, because I think that is the kind of criticism you can do as a coordinated member group that you can't always do if you're a sort of more institutionalized regional focal point. And so maybe I can just end there and give it to you, Geoffrey.
So thanks so much, Vanessa. So, Chairman, we're finished ahead of time. No doubt we'll take longer to do things next than we should, which is a good thing. We aren't very good at timekeeping, which is a European habit, but don't let ISE get into it. Okay. I think that was a very good chairmanship, but there were two of them. So it was much easier for them to stop each other when the other point was too long. I think we have had an excellent day today. We have had, I would say, exceptionally and unexpectedly deep insight into science in Albania, its developments, its aspirations, its problems. And I think that this kind of tradition of organizing this meeting each second year in a less traveled country, it is one of the ways of mitigation of contrasts and gradients in our continent. Pretty much people, when thinking about Europe, they think about European Union plus Switzerland plus Norway, and that's it. This is totally wrong. Europe is much larger, it's much more heterogeneous, and it's much more rich in natural resources, including human brains. In this sense, ISE European Members Group is trying to engage the entire Europe as much as possible. What we can do depends on what the members are wishing to do, plus what they are willing to do. The philosophy in this group is that it must be let's do it, rather than somebody should do that. If somebody tells somebody should do that, then we simply forget the idea. If a person is suggesting idea and not wishing to realize it, it's simply philosophy, and even not PhD, but just philosophy without being a doctor. The problem what we have had in Europe, and which was very clear made by Anna and others, is that we have been too much patronizing with respect to the rest of the world. The rest of the world is exactly as interesting as Europe. Perhaps not so much open in terms of classic science, but looking into history, Europe has been center of science only for very limited time from the written history. And in this sense, we should learn
I think even from the fall of different civilizations and looking what similarities we have today with those civilizations which have fallen. And I think also that Europe is already in position to learn from great many other regions in the world. And in this sense, the channel of ICS is in a way exceptional. There are not many channels in the world which combine the views of hardcore science, including social science and the humanities, science funding, professional unions, young academies, etc. So the voice, which is a kind of common denominator of all those interest groups and landscape, it is exceptionally powerful. I agree with Geoffrey saying that ICS, it's basically work in progress, and we should ask how we can contribute to that. And this is what we really should ask ourselves. ISC is work in progress. It has very nice perspectives in terms of representing not only voice of science, but voice of science, voice of cash, voice of professional unions, voice of education, and voice of the next generation. I think it's probably best time to stop here and continue the discussion on dinner.